Mage, start as a master of magical potions. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326, Breakthrough to the Second Ring Wizard. A month later, in the Grand Priest's temple, Sunan completed the construction of his second ring spell model. In his sea of consciousness, a spell model that was completely constructed by himself and perfectly matched his own soul characteristics appeared. Magic Potions Enhancement Spell. This spell can enhance magical creatures that have a magical connection with oneself. For example, werewolves, death knights and insect swarms. The night before, Sunan had already refined a potion of the secret realm dust, which means that he can now break through to the second ring wizard at any time. And within this month, the Phoenix Temple suffered a full declaration of war from the Bull Demon Temple. Due to the lack of preparation of the Phoenix Temple, and the fact that the Bull Demon Temple seemed to have the help of mysterious forces, the Bull Demon Temple won victory after victory, and almost broke through 1/3 of the Phoenix Temple's territory, and came directly to the Phoenix Temple headquarters. This resulted in the Phoenix Temple's Grand Priest being almost not in the Grand Temple, and Sunan rarely saw him. So, Sunan simply hid in it, and began to deduce the second ring part of the Cauldron of All Souls. Because there was already too much information about the second ring, it took Sunan only half a month to deduce it this time. In this half month, the High Priest had completely disappeared from the temple, and 2 of the 3 stone slabs in the temple were often mobilized. In order to find a quiet environment for breakthrough, Sunan even stood in front of the 3 stone slabs and secretly strengthened them. Now, Sunan set up a barrier in the temple of the High Priest, and summoned Vasily, Blom and Warwick to guard in front of the temple. Sunan said to them, "I'm going to break through the limit of the first ring wizard. You must protect me during this time, so that I will not be disturbed. If the Bull Demon Temple attacks, strengthen these 3 stone slabs." Sunan has already mastered the technique of using magic pressure to strengthen the stone slabs of the fantasy beast god, and taught it to Vasily. Vasily leaned over to Sunan and said, "Yes, master." Warwick and Blom also saluted Sunan and promised that no one would disturb them. So the 3 of them began to guard the core area of the Phoenix Temple. Sunan sat on the altar of the High Priest's temple, drank a bottle of Warlock's blood in one gulp, and practiced the Crucible of All Souls meditation. Suddenly, one after another connection between all things appeared behind his head, constantly appearing and disappearing, like a halo behind his head. At the same time, Sunan's permanent defense field continued to increase in strength. Then entropy began to appear, and a fireball appeared all over his body. It was the chaos of mana, which turned into heat energy, and the heat energy turned into flames, wrapping him in it. Sunan had taken off the ring of Mikad in advance, and handed it to Vasily, to prevent the ring from suddenly coming to disturb him when he broke through. At the same time, Sunan drank a bottle of secret world dust potion. Then, he seemed to have formed a soul contract with the secret world. This soul contract has been upgraded and optimized, and is far more delicate, complex and stable than the soul contracts in this world. Due to the complexity and particularity of the secret world, it is deeply integrated with wizards, so it will not appear that the power of the secret world is used, which is a situation of relying on external forces. The secret world and wizard civilization are naturally deeply integrated. The entropy increase on Sunan's body began to successfully transfer to the secret world. The fireball wrapped around him began to cool down, before reaching the highest temperature, and burning Sunan's soul clean, and began to cool down continuously. A frost appeared on Sunan's body. Then, Sunan tried to draw the power of the secret world, to restore the entropy increase on his body to a certain value, so that the frost on his body disappeared. The floating energy of the 2 second ring wizard towers in the void nourished his soul all the time, and then Sunan's mental power began to rise wildly. Your mental power is currently 607. Your mental power is currently 610. Your mental power is currently 650. A week later, Sunan stood up from the Great Priest Temple. His clothes had turned into powder in the flames of the previous breakthrough, ice, so Sunan frowned, gathered shadow energy, and made a black robe for himself, temporarily covering his body. Sunan checked his soul. His permanent defense field has now reached 45 times the strength, and Sunan found that, after combining with the power of the secret world, a special effect has been produced. When he runs meditation and uses spells, he seems to be able to feel the power of the plane he is in. And when he uses magic power, the power of this plane will automatically be added to his magic power. This should be the great magic. The second ring wizard, because of the deep combination with the secret world, has obtained this plane power. So, at that time, the golden dragon shadow had a spell that had some great magic characteristics, because it might have partially touched the plane power at that time. And Sunan now understood why the wizard tower with the floating magic pool is the second ring wizard tower. At this moment, Sunan was connected to the second ring wizard Tomerio above the plane at the level of mana. He observed that the floating pool itself, because of the special magic structure, had overlapped with the secret world. In other words, a situation similar to the combination of the wizard and the secret world appeared. Therefore, the second ring wizard tower also has great magic characteristics. Sunan thought, all second ring spells are essentially great magic, or in other words, magic with great magic characteristics can surpass the power of ordinary spells and gain another increase in power. I can become a second ring wizard now, because I solved the problem correctly. The error-free version is available at 69 Book Bar. 69 Book Bar publishes a novel for the first time. 69 Book Bar read now he has a permanent defense field and great magic, and his combat power is more than doubled than before. Sunan immediately asked the intelligent brain to add great magic characteristics to the powerful injection. Magic potion lightning, magic potion flame and magic potion freezing air, and make them all second ring magic. Sunan is now a second ring wizard, so his understanding of magic has also been greatly improved. Therefore, the intelligent brain can quickly calculate several of his commonly used first ring magic to the second ring level through powerful computing power. A week later, Sunan completed 4 second ring spells, including mass powerful injection, magic potion lightning storm, magic potion flame explosion, and magic potion frost blizzard. In addition, with the previous magic potion enhancement spell, he has a total of 5 second ring spells. Sunan found that he had used up all the recent magic resources, and was not going to continue his retreat. He walked out of the temple of the great priest, and saw Vasilian and others. Just as he was about to speak, an earthquake occurred on the ground. Then, Sunan saw a 3-headed firebird of the second ring level in the distance, and its 3 heads were chopped off by something. Sunan saw that it was a purple flying knife in the void, and the 3-headed firebird was a phantom beast god summoned by the great priest of the Phoenix Temple. The 3-headed firebird turned into a ball of fire, and fell to the ground, disappearing. On the 3-headed firebird stone slab in the temple of the high priest, 3 cracks appeared that ran through the entire slab. Sunan raised his eyebrows, and said to Vasily, Warwick and Blom, that is the method of wizards. It seems that the reason why the natives of this world are at war is because there are more than one wizards who have entered this world and are secretly making trouble. Judging from the attack mode just now, it should be a second ring level dark energy school wizard. Warwick said, then, young master, what should we do? Blom smiled and said, it seems that someone wants to compete with us for this world. Vasily said, that's impossible, because this world will only belong to us. Sunan said, in the past month, I was mainly observing this world. Now there is no need to observe, because I'm already a second ring wizard. I have digested the resources of this world, and now, there is no need to hide. This world is not big, with an area of only 3 million square kilometers, and most of the area is still ocean. The truly usable land is less than 1 million square kilometers. But this world is divided into 7 major temples. There is not even a true god here, so why not just unify them? Sunan raised his eyebrows. I don't know why the second ring wizard on the opposite side, who obviously has such powerful strength, is still hiding. But I can sense the weakness of the magic pressure of the second ring wizard the moment he attacked. He should be injured. Then, let's go and reap this world. Chapter 327, Second Ring Wizard of the War School. Outside the city, where the Phoenix Temple is headquartered, the priests of the 3 major temples, the Zuanwu Temple, the Niumo Temple, and the Behu Temple, all gathered at the gate of the city. The chief priests of the 3 major temples suppressed the 2 magical beast gods summoned by the chief priest of the Phoenix Temple. Zuanwu, Niumo and Behu, the 3 second-level magical beast gods, bit the 3 parts of the Phoenix Temple's 3-headed firebird magical beast god respectively, and split it into 3. At the same time, an ethereal knife emerged, beheaded the 3-headed firebird, and completely disintegrated its resistance. The chief priest of the Phoenix Temple was pale. He looked at the chief priests of the 3 major temples who were sneering in front of him, as well as the ordinary priests of the 3 major temples. He couldn't help asking, when did you 3 major temples unite? We have maintained a war-free life for more than 70 years. Why do you want to actively destroy peace? The chief priest of the Niumo temple sneered. This world has been scattered for too long. And we have received the help of a great man. Under the power of that great man, our 3 major temples have accepted each other and surrendered to that great man. The next moment, the turtle snake fantasy beasts, white tiger fantasy beasts, and cattle fantasy beasts of the 3 major temples all rushed into the crowd and began to massacre the Phoenix Temple. A large number of priests died in an instant. The great priests of the 3 major temples began to kneel on the ground, raised their hands above their heads, and began to chant spells that did not belong to this plane. The ancient war, the shadow is magnificent. All hearts and minds, cultivate my war spear. The ancient war, the power is heavy, united as one, the road to war. From the void, a dark phantom fell from the sky and landed on the land of this plane. Suddenly, a dragon roared in the sky. I saw countless flowers gathered into a dragon, and then this flower dragon began to attack the black phantom. But the next moment, the dragon was caught by a void force. In just a moment, the flower dragon's body collapsed, and flowers were scattered all over the ground. The flower dragon, as the protector of the plane, was actually crushed and exploded by this existence. Among the black phantoms that fell from the sky, a full-body armored person walked out. The helmet of this person had a pair of bullhorns, and there was a school emblem of a bullhorn on his chest. The eye sockets of his helmet released a strong red light. High Priest, hello. The High Priest of the Phoenix Temple was surprised and said, who are you? The High Priests of the 3 major priests scolded him at the same time. How dare you? This lord comes from a more powerful place. That place is called the Plane of War. This lord just casually taught me some meditation methods, and it greatly increased our strength. My wife's life was originally over, but as soon as this lord took action, my wife was resurrected and regained her youth. We summoners can only live for 100 years, but this lord's lifespan can be calculated in tens of thousands of years. This lord is an existence from a higher dimension. He is a true god that transcends the fantasy beast god. Our 3 major temples have all surrendered to him. The second ring wizard of the School of War raised his hand and motioned them to be quiet. Then, he looked at the High Priest of the Phoenix Temple and said, my name is Victor Alvasi, and I'm a wizard from the Plane of War. Now I give you a choice, surrender to me, or be destroyed by me. As long as I take over your temple, this world will be basically developed and belong to me. The chief priest of the Phoenix Temple turned his head to look at the priests of the temple who were dying tragically behind him. His face was gloomy. Does he still have room for choice now? He was about to speak. The next moment, Sunan came out from the other side and looked at the man who was wearing full body armor and a helmet, covering himself completely. So that's it. It seems that wizards from outside the main material plane have entered this round heaven and square earth plane. The current main material plane should not be able to support second ring wizards. At most, there are first ring wizards. If those forgotten ones were not too weak, they would have left the main material plane long ago. How could they be abandoned by the mainstream wizard society? Therefore, Sunan looked at the obviously injured wizard in front of him with a scrutinizing look. The other party may be a wizard from the mainstream wizard society, or a wizard from other planes, such as the war plane he just mentioned. Sunan put his hands behind his back and said, for a wizard, calling oneself a god is probably not an honor, but an insult. Is that right? Is there any special meaning in pretending to be a god in front of this group of natives? The wizard of the war school immediately looked at Sunan. After sizing him up, he was obviously a little surprised, even a little afraid, so he took a half step back, because he found 2 problems. First, Sunan's age was too young compared to his wizard level. Second, Sunan was a second ring wizard in his prime, and he couldn't compare with a wizard like him who was seriously injured and couldn't heal himself. The wizard of the war school even remained silent for a while. He didn't understand how he could meet a second ring wizard in this plane, conquering the plane in the template of Long A Ocean, and pretending to be cool in front of a group of natives. The high priest of the Phoenix Temple looked at Sunan in surprise and said, Who are you? He saw that Sunan seemed to have a special identity from the fact that the mysterious and powerful being who suddenly descended remained silent in front of Sunan. Sunan smiled and said to him, This is really interesting. I have lived with you in your high priest temple for more than a month and read all the books in your temple, but you don't know my existence? Let me introduce myself. I'm Sunan Peter. I'm a plane traveler for the time being. I passed by your plane and found it interesting, so I came in. The high priest of the Phoenix Temple was stunned. It turned out that for a month, he always felt that there was a second person in his temple, and this was really not his illusion. Has their plane been invaded? In the past, they spent a lot of energy to search outside the plane, but they found nothing except the civilization outside their plane. But today, in front of him, the existence from outside the plane appeared again and again. The chief priests of the three major temples looked at the wizard of the war school. They seemed to want to show themselves, or they were completely impressed by the power of the wizard of the war school before, so they all controlled their own fantasy beast gods to attack Sunan. Read the error-free version at 69 Book Bar. 69 Book Bar publishes a novel for the first time. Read at 69 Book Bar. Go, Zuanwu. White tiger, bite him to death. Bull demon, hit him. Bull demon, white tiger and Zuanwu all attacked Sunan, but Sunan did not dodge. He consumed a bottle of 5 times sublimated fire demon's fury potion, and suddenly a purple potion energy lightning storm appeared on the 3-headed 2-ring fantasy beast gods. The lightning storm exploded directly on their bodies. The 3-headed 2-ring fantasy beast gods were knocked away. Sunan directly used the magic used to seize the orc totem in the leaping land, usurpation of the holy drum. After he suppressed the opponent's summoned beast power with magic, he used a simple modification of the first ring, usurpation of the holy drum, to directly seize the 3 great priests' most powerful power, the 3 second-ringed great priests. Then, Zuanwu, Behu, and Niumo all stood on Sunan's side and faced the 3 great priests. The 3 great priests were shocked and looked at the 3 great priests in horror. They suddenly turned against them. What? How is this possible? This is obviously the most powerful great priest in our temple. Why would he stand on his side? Sunan snapped his fingers, and the phoenix slate in the palace of the great priest of the Phoenix Temple suddenly lit up. At the same time, the war school spell that originally sealed the phoenix slate was destroyed by Sunan's magic pressure, and then Sunan replaced his soul contract with the phoenix slate. Suddenly, a red light shot out from the stone slate in the temple to the sky. Then, the red light fell on the ground in front of Sunan, forming a phoenix that could burn the sky. In just a moment, 4 second-ring level fantasy beast creatures appeared in front of Sunan. The priests of the 4 major temples present were all very surprised. It was the first time they had seen such a situation. Don't be surprised. Moreover, fantasy beasts of this level are completely useless. Sunan snapped his fingers and recited the spell of the second ring magic potion energy enhancement spell. Suddenly, the 4 fantasy beast gods roared at the same time. Sunan consumed 4 bottles of fire demon's anger and converted them into magic to enhance the second ring fantasy beast gods. At this moment, the 4 fantasy beast gods were all shrouded in magic potion energy flames. This means that their power has been enhanced by at least twice. The 4 second-ring fantasy beast gods roared at the wizard of the war school at the same time. The power was extraordinary. Moreover, the fantasy beasts of all the priests present did not dare to fight with the fantasy beast gods. They either disappeared immediately and returned to the stone slab, or knelt down to show their submission. Sunan, by himself, suppressed all the summoners of the 4 major temples. However, Sunan knew that his real opponent was only the second-ring wizard in front of him, who came from nowhere. The other summoners were really vulnerable in front of him now. When he was at the limit of the first ring, he was no longer afraid of any of the great priests of the 7 major temples. At this moment, he was already at the second ring. Even if the 7 major temples attacked together, he could easily find their flaws and destroy them immediately. At this time, the wizard of the war school, Victor Alvasi, finally spoke. "Young wizard, are you also from the Star Sea? When I was fighting against the enemy of the Star Sea, the Starforger civilization, I was chased by a Starforger dragon, so I was seriously injured and accidentally escaped to this void and then discovered this plane. So, I must get this plane. I need the resources of this plane." Sunan instantly understood the half sentence he didn't say. He needed the resources of this plane to heal his wounds. Chapter 328, One Man Against a World, The Power of a Second Ring Wizard. Sunan raised his eyebrows and began to think about how to answer. He didn't know what the Star Sea was, let alone whether the so-called Star Sea was the orthodox wizard society that left the main material plane more than 2000 years ago. He didn't know what the Starforging civilization was. It seemed to have formed a hostile relationship with the Great Wizard Alliance of the Star Sea. There shouldn't be many civilizations that can be hostile to the wizard civilization. Sunan considered for a while and didn't plan to answer the other party's question, but made his attitude clear. "I want this plane, too. This is the largest plane I've ever seen." Sunan deliberately tried to test him, "But maybe we can share it." "Share?" Victor laughed. "It seems that you are not a wizard from the Star Domain Sea. We wizards from the Star Domain Sea never talk about sharing." When everyone left the mainstream wizard society and was left in the plain colonies in the void of the past, due to the scarcity of resources and the collapse of order, the virtues of humility and cooperation in the ancient wizard civilization have disappeared, replaced by scrambling for everything. It seems that you are a wizard outside the Star Domain Sea. Where are you a wizard from? Are you a wizard from a separate closed small plane, a wizard from the main material plane, or a wizard from the mainstream wizard society? Sunan's eyes suddenly became cold. Since the other party said so, it can be seen that, even if he was injured, he was still not prepared to share this plane with him. That's perfect. I was not prepared to share with him in the first place. Sunan's eyes were indifferent, and a large amount of magic energy gathered. This plane can use a rough power system to cultivate to the level of a second ring wizard, which means that the magic tide of this plane is so dense that it can probably support a third ring wizard. If this summoner society continues to develop, it should be able to develop a summoner equivalent to a third ring. However, this summoner civilization is inherently deficient, so no matter how powerful it is useless. Sunan directly ordered the 4 magical beasts to attack Victor. Victor was not prepared to fight Sunan head on, and instead gave orders to the high priests of the 3 major temples. "You go deal with that wizard." The high priests of the 3 major temples were stunned, but who knew that the next moment, Victor laughed, and at the same time, stretched out his right hand and slowly pressed it down, carrying a large amount of dark magic energy, covering the high priests and ordinary priests of the 3 major temples. "I knew long ago that you wouldn't be so obedient. But it doesn't matter, I don't ask for much. Anyway, as long as you listen to my orders, it's fine. As long as you listen to my orders, my war spell will work." He chanted the spell, and immediately the magic of the second level prophecy school war subdirection descended on the priests of the 3 major temples. These priests all fell into Victor's control, and began to burn their own lives, summon thousands of fantasy beasts, and rush towards Sunan's 4 fantasy beast gods. Confronted with them, Sunan raised his eyebrows. "You are really cruel," Victor said modestly. "Fortunately, it's just the lives of some natives. Not worth much. After all, I was injured. But I should have come here a few years earlier than you. I have done a lot of things in this plane. So I advise you to think about it seriously. No matter where you come from, a talented young man like you will suffer a loss if you fight with a wizard like me." Sunan snapped his fingers and fully released his 650 magic pressure, using this magic pressure to suppress all the fantasy beast gods. All of a sudden, all the fantasy beast gods fell from the sky. Most of the priests of the 3 major temples fainted and died under this powerful magic pressure. At the same time, Sunan had ordered the arcane insect swarm to attack the headquarters of the 3 major temples. Since the plane must be completely controlled, 7 major temples are too many, and 1 major temple is enough. Anyway, the summoner civilization is not very powerful, so I can just keep a small part of it as a collection. Even the chief priest of the Phoenix Temple regards meditation as his golden finger. It can be seen that compared with the wizard system, the summoner system has no advantages. When Victor saw Sunan using this method to solve the problem, his face changed. Sunan said, "The real power must come from oneself. Entrusting power to external objects is already a wrong way. Today, I will bring this truth to this world." At this moment, Sunan transformed himself into a high-level werewolf hunter, and then activated the vampire count, and then the two forces combined to become a hybrid. Sunan then strengthened the power of the hybrid through his own magic pressure, and through the gagi located in the void above the plane outside this plane, he radiated his magic pressure to the whole world. At this moment, here, in this medium-sized plane, all living beings and all matter were radiated by Sunan's magic pressure. This can be achieved by using the great magic characteristics, the power amplification of the hybrids, and the second ring wizard tower. Most ordinary people and priests in the whole world will faint at this moment. Sunan used his own magic pressure to force the mortals of the whole world to lose consciousness. The error-free version is read in 69 book bar. 69 book bar first publishes a novel. 69 book bar reads and summoners, because their own spiritual power rarely reaches 10, they have no resistance under the magic pressure of the second ring wizard. The whole plane is shrouded in Sunan's magic pressure. Victor, the wizard of the war school, said how he originally hoped that Sunan was a wizard who only knew how to practice and was not good at fighting. But the opponent's magic pressure was even stronger than his, and he was experienced in battle and knew the biggest weakness of the battle system of this plane. This weakness was not that it was easy for the power to separate from the main body. It was that the summon beast was powerful, but the summoner itself was too weak. It was so weak that even the level of a second-class wizard apprentice could not reach it. Under the magic pressure of a second ring wizard, it was almost no different from an ordinary person. Victor looked at Sunan solemnly, raised his palm, and waved his hand knife forward. A war whirlwind, in the form of an invisible hand knife, attacked Sunan. But it was blocked by Sunan's brown force field. Sunan stretched out a finger to Victor. A magic potion energy flaming sunburst appeared from his fingertips, turning into a flame beam that bombarded Victor. With a bang, the defensive force field on Victor's body flickered. Sunan immediately launched a magic potion energy lightning storm on him, directly covering him in the lightning storm. The opponent also used two war school spells on him in succession, War Whirlwind and War Iron Fist, but none of them could break Sunan's brown shield. The battle of the second ring wizard is to use the permanent defense field for defense and the great magic for attack. A minute later, Victor's body fell apart. Sunan stepped on his helmet and crushed it, but found that the inside of the plate armor was hollow. Sunan raised his eyebrows. Isn't the main body here yet? The main body should still be in a corner of this plane, hiding like a mouse. Well, it happens that I have just been promoted to a second ring wizard. My defense force field is being optimized and adjusted, and it will be converted into the level of a second ring spell model. I can also make 7 sublimated potions. And with this 3 million square kilometers of plane, I can start formally conducting potion experiments. Using this medium-sized plane as the foundation, it is entirely possible to artificially create a potion society. Conducting potion-related experiments, finding your own 3-ring path, and there are more potion apprentices in this plane. You can also continuously create the fire demon's wrath for yourself. Sunan looked at the plate armor that had lost its magic control and said, "This rat is seriously injured. He must have a lot of resources to heal himself, and I'm afraid he doesn't even have the second ring wizard tower to leave this plane. As long as he is not allowed to seize the second ring wizard tower, he will be trapped here to death. So, I don't have to worry about him for the time being. It's better to consolidate the second ring level first." Chapter 329, Reshaping the World, The Duties of a Second Ring Wizard. At this time, there were not many people who could still stay awake in the entire world of Xianyuanfangi, and the high priests of the 4 temples were one of them. Sunan walked towards them, and the high priests of the Bull Demon Temple and others began to be afraid. They looked at Sunan in horror. What do you want to do?" Sunan stretched out his hand, and the mana wave emanated from his left hand, and then enveloped the 4 high priests, marking them. In this way, no matter how big the plane is, they have no place to hide and can be easily discovered by him. This is not even a magic, but a power that he naturally possessed after becoming a second ring wizard. Sunan found that, after becoming a second ring wizard, his every move has already had a very big impact. It can be said that a second ring wizard can almost be regarded as a demigod. Sunan said to the 4 great priests of the temple, "Look, this is a summoned beast firebird that I obtained through the soul contract I signed in this world. Its level is very low in your eyes." Sunan used his magic power to summon a firebird in front of him. In the puzzled eyes of the 4 great priests, he said, "Then, pour my magic pressure into it." Suddenly, from afar, the firebird slate in the inheritance slate hall of the Phoenix Temple branch hall lit up a ray of light, and then this light fell on the firebird. In just a moment, the body of the firebird quickly grew larger and turned into a huge firebird that could burn the sky. Under the infusion of Sunan's magic pressure, the golden flame appeared in the sky like the sun, showing its power to the world. At this moment, the water vapor in the entire round heaven and square earth plane was rapidly evaporating, and after evaporation, it began to form rain. Sunan snapped his fingers, and all his 650 magic pressure was poured into an ordinary firebird. Then the golden firebird turned into a golden crow and began to chase the sun in the sky. At this moment, there were 2 suns in the plane of round heaven and square earth. The earth was dry and red, and fire demons were everywhere. Flame element, in response to the power of great magic, automatically formed secondary fire element creatures and appeared on this land. The 4 high priests felt their lips cracked and their pupils suddenly shrank. Even in the history of their civilization, they had never seen such a powerful fantasy beast god. But Sunan was not a summoner, and what he summoned was even just a first level fantasy beast of the lowest level. They quickly realized the huge gap between them and Sunan. They also realized that these alien visitors who claimed to be wizards controlled a truly powerful civilization. For a time, the 4 high priests all had demise. It turned out that what they had been holding onto was so ridiculous and so weak in the eyes of wizards from the outside world. Sunan saw that they were frightened by the golden crow he summoned and said, "My action can prove that only by strengthening oneself can one be truly powerful. So, I want to unify this plane, and I need the approval of the 4 of you. Do you have any objections? I want to spread the wizard civilization and my magic system in this plane." The 4 high priests looked at each other, and then the high priest of the Phoenix Temple thought for a moment and asked bravely, "May I ask you something, sir? I once saw that the Phoenix Temple conquered an area of a small temple, and then the people in that area were second-class citizens for a full 300 years. Finally, they were integrated into the Phoenix Temple and can be treated equally. If we are conquered by you, the people of our plane will all be second-class citizens, third-class citizens, or even worse, slaves. If we are slaves, even if we are just insignificant grains of light to you, we will fight hard." The other 3 high priests all looked at Sunan, their eyes full of expectation and fear. Sunan said calmly, "This plane is my first plane. If you insist, you are my first batch of plane subordinates. You don't need to worry about this problem. On the contrary, people who belong to my second and third planes should worry about whether they are second-class citizens." The eyes of the high priests lit up. If this is the case, from a certain perspective, they are still Sunan's core subordinates, and maybe, it is possible, that they can enjoy better welfare benefits. Moreover, after seeing the power of wizards, they have long begun to dislike the summoner system developed in their own country. In particular, the high priest of the Phoenix Temple has long realized that he has a long history with wizards. Therefore, the high priest of the Phoenix Temple has the deepest affection for Sunan among the high priests. He is also the most accepting of a wizard ruling them and transforming their civilization. The high priest of the Bull Demon Temple finally mustered up the courage to ask, "My master, what method are you going to use to control this plane?" The great wizard before. He hesitated for a moment, but still used a respectful title, because he felt that Sunan and the wizard were both from outer space, so if he called the wizard contemptuously, even if Sunan and the wizard were enemies, Sunan would probably be angry. The chief priest of the Bull Demon Temple said, "Before, that wizard said that he was going to make our plane a vassal of his school, the Hand of War. He also said that the Hand of War has formed a void fleet and is heading to our plane. At that time, there will be many wizards as powerful as him. There is even a second ringleader of the Hand of War wizard group, the Supreme Wizard of War. That is why we are so desperate and dare not resist him. In about 2 years, the other party will come to our plane. Excuse me, my master, how are you going to rule our world? Sunan glanced at him. This guy is very smart. He knows that he has a bad impression of the Bull Demon Temple now, so he deliberately sent me information to please me, and he really wants to understand how he is going to rule this world. But I didn't expect that the wizard from the Star Domain Sea had already passed the coordinates of this plane to his wizard organization. But it doesn't matter. It will take 1 or 2 years for them to come. Sunan looked at the 4 people. So, you have agreed to pledge allegiance to me. The 4 high priests looked at each other. Now they had no choice, so they all knelt down to Sunan and performed the ceremony of allegiance. When they stood up again, Sunan directly used the group powerful injection spell on them, injecting the werewolf curse transformation potion into their bodies. Then the first emotion of these 4 people towards Sunan was fear, instead of loyalty. But it didn't matter. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar first publishes a novel. Read at 69 book bar. Fear itself is another form of loyalty. From now on, when they see me, they will tremble all over, and they will never resist my rule. Since they are all summoners at the second ring wizard level, Sunan directly injected the werewolf potion that has been sublimated from 1 to 4 times into their bodies, and these priests became shadow werewolf priests. Their pupils turned into golden circles, their chins became longer, their heads turned into the minds of wild beasts, their bodies became taller, larger and more deformed, and a lot of hair grew on their bodies. Roar. The 4 high priests who transformed into werewolves for the first time couldn't help but howl towards the sky. The 4 high priests were surprised to find that even the shadow werewolf curse transformation potion had caused earth-shaking changes in their bodies. Originally, the summoners themselves were just ordinary people, at most slightly stronger than ordinary people in mental strength and physical fitness. But at this moment, their bodies were so strong that they could not have imagined before. Sunan said to them, "You have become werewolves now, and you can switch between human, werewolf, and giant wolf forms at any time. That is to say, you have become my direct subordinates. I will let you unify the entire plane, and then divide the plane into 2 parts. Ordinary people without talent will still be ordinary people. But people with the talent to become wizards will become wizards, and strong humans may become werewolves and vampires. I will use some time to transform this plane. At the same time, Sunan will also spend some time to plunder this plane. This plane has not had a large number of wizards to send for a long time, and the magic tide is not weak. Therefore, this plane must have a large number of wizard resources waiting for him to plunder. I'm afraid that there will be a lot of second ring wizard resources." The 4 high priests are now full of fear of Sunan, and their awe of Sunan has been magnified tenfold. In addition, at this moment, they have already pledged allegiance to Sunan, and their hearts are really ready to accept the rule of wizards. Therefore, now they have no resistance to any orders from Sunan, and will only obey. If possible, Sunan still needs to gain loyalty, because loyalty is not only obedient, but also has a strong subjective initiative. Although fear is obedient, and will do things according to one's own requirements, because it is afraid of oneself, it is not as subjective as loyalty. The 4 high priests said, "Then we will help the master to unify this plane, and make the entire plane submit to you." Sunan nodded slightly. "From now on, I want you to count the temple priests after the war, and maintain the previous qualification detection work. At the same time, let all summoners practice the contents of this magic book. The qualification detection of summoners can itself select those with wizard qualifications." The 4 magic books that Sunan threw to them were a simplified version of the Warling Cauldron meditation method that he wrote during the month in the Phoenix High Priest Temple, which can learn the first-class wizard apprentice. Sunan named it Introduction to Alchemy Meditation Method. The werewolf chief priest of the Phoenix Temple, after seeing the meditation method, finally confirmed that the adventure he had obtained before was actually a meditation method. He was more certain that wizard civilization was the new and bright future of this plane. Sunan glanced at them and suddenly thought, the duty of a second ring wizard is to spread the seeds of wizard civilization in the void. Sunan said to them, I will keep the summoner system. Because I think that people should be free to choose to be summoners or wizards. Excellent things are not afraid of challenges. The 4 werewolf chief priests looked at each other, and they all smiled bitterly. I'm afraid that only those who do not have wizard talent will become summoners in the future. The summoner system will inevitably decline. Chapter 330. Destroy the Plain Guardian and get the Guardian's heart. Phoenix Temple, Bull Demon Temple, Black Tortoise Temple and White Tiger Temple soon use the power of Shadow Werewolf to break through the main temples of the remaining 3 major temples, Black Tiger Temple, Sea Shark Temple and Insect Temple, when they were weak. At the same time, in the remaining half a month, they announced the arrival of a new era. All 7 major temples were changed to werewolf temples. The appearance and statues of all temples were changed to werewolf. At the same time, all the high priests of all temples were shocked by Sunan and transformed into shadow werewolf high priests when they were full of fear. This was considered to be a little benefit to them, but also a restriction. Let them join the wolf pack, and at the same time, let them serve Sunan and the wolf pack better in order to maintain their status. After all, now they are werewolves, and the only consequence of overthrowing the rule of the wolf pack is that they themselves will eventually be rejected by the people of the round heaven and square earth plane. A large number of summoners voluntarily changed to the introductory meditation method of potion learning. Warwick and Blum were responsible for handling these complicated administrative tasks, while Sunan came to the most central area of this round sky square plane, Flower Dragon Mountain. It is also the largest summoning stone mining area in this world. It is because the humans in this world discovered the summoning stone that they embarked on the path of summoners. In Flower Dragon Mountain, there is also the body of the flower dragon. At the top of Flower Dragon Mountain, a stone flower dragon is entwined on the peak. Therefore, this mountain is named Flower Dragon Mountain. At this moment, this natural plane protector, and at the same time, the flower dragon, which already has a little bit of the embryonic form of a god, felt Sunan's arrival, and immediately its natural stone dragon body entwined on the peak began to move. Its stone body turned into a special dragon body formed by countless kinds of flowers in an instant. At the same time, the flower dragon spit out a torrent of hundreds of flowers similar to dragon breath towards Sunan. Sunan sensed a powerful force from those flowers. Immediately, the brown shield was transformed into a shield to block in front of him, but the breath of the flower dragon imitating dragon breath almost broke the 50 times brown shield. Sunan said, as expected, a natural plane guardian. This power is worthy of the plane scale of the round sky and square earth. No wonder Victor didn't dare to show up directly. But that's all. Sunan raised his left hand, and behind him floated 10 bottles of 5-time sublimation fire demon's wrath potion, each of which was wrapped with potion energy lightning, and then all gathered in Sunan's hand. The potion energy lightning storm is a spell that only needs 5-time sublimation potions to transform it into a spell with the attack power of 7-time sublimation potions, and it greatly reduces one's own mana consumption, and the cost effectiveness is very high. The same level wizard, casting magic with the same power, consumes several times that of Sunan. Moreover, as long as a few more bottles of fire demon's wrath are used as firewood, the potion energy lightning storm can be increased several times. It reaches a power beyond that of ordinary second ring spells. At this moment, a lightning bolt hit the flower dragon's body, followed by the second and third. Every time a lightning bolt hits, the flower dragon feels like his head is it. But there were dozens of magic potion energy lightning behind the lightning storm. After a thunder bombardment, the flower dragon magic beast god began to be unable to hold on, and his body began to crack, but Sunan had no intention of stopping, because the opponent was the plane guardian. The two sides were originally in a state of life and death. Sunan raised his right hand, chanted a short spell, and consumed a bottle of fire demon's wrath. Suddenly, the magic potion energy flaming sunburst fell on the flower dragon's body. A ball of fire as dazzling as the sun appeared on the body of the flower dragon, and then in a moment, its body was blown into 2 sections. Finally, Sunan used the magic potion energy lightning storm again to completely end the opponent. Sunan looked at the dead plane guardian in front of him. If I were a first ring, I would probably not be its opponent at all. It consumed about 1/3 of my mana. But I use magic potions to fight, and the mana consumption is much less than that of ordinary wizards. That is to say, this guy's body can compete with ordinary second ring wizards. Sunan saw that after it died, there seemed to be a gem in its remains. He took out the gem, which was gleaming with rainbow light, and was as big as a fist, containing huge energy. From the essence of spirituality, it is still a summoning stone, but it contains powerful power. It should be the core of the flower dragon, so let's call it the flower dragon stone. Sunan asked the intelligent computer to record the data of this flower dragon stone, and the intelligent computer said, yes, according to data analysis, this flower dragon stone has strong energy compatibility and can be used in any potion as a potion material. It is estimated that this flower dragon stone can be used to make 10 portions of 7 times sublimation werewolf potion. Sunan nodded. But this cannot be the regular material of the 7 times sublimation werewolf potion, otherwise this resource will be difficult to regenerate. I must find the main material of the 7 times sublimation werewolf potion that is easier to obtain. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar publishes a novel for the first time. After killing the Plain Guardian, Sunan immediately returned to the Phoenix Temple City, which had been transformed into the Werewolf Temple. Vasilian, Warwick and Blom took care of the aftermath for him, so he didn't have to worry too much, and this plane would gradually fall into his hands. And he just had to continue to collect information about this world, and continue to stay in the Werewolf Temple City to do experiments. 3 days later, Sunan made the Wormhole Gate potion by consuming 100 summoning stones. Sunan asked the queen worm he brought into this plane to take the Wormhole Gate potion, and the queen worm gained the ability to open the wormhole. Sunan observed the distance of the wormhole and found that this wormhole could only be connected to another wormhole and then directly teleported. But the maximum distance between the two wormholes is only 2,000 kilometers. At this level, at best, it can only move within the plane, and even in the main material plane, it is considered a relatively small moving distance. Wormholes of this level are simply impossible to navigate in the void. In the laboratory, the queen seemed to have sensed Sunan's thoughts and became a little nervous, but Sunan smiled. Anyway, the swarm is about to undergo the 7th sublimation. The queen of worms who has sublimated 7 times should be able to reach the level of a relatively weak first ring wizard. The queen of worms' own power has been upgraded, and coupled with her own improvement of the Wormhole Gate potion, she should be able to create a wormhole for void navigation. From this point, it can also be seen that, because the distance between planes and the void is particularly large, it is very difficult to navigate the void. In fact, before the second ring wizard, this is almost impossible. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331, The True Power of Malgut's Ring. In the Werewolf Temple, in front of the crucible, Sunan threw 1/10 of a flower dragon stone into it, and the potion immediately turned completely golden. Sunan poured the potion in the crucible into the potion bottle. Then he shook it, looked at Warwick and Blom, and said, "Who of you is going to take it first?" Warwick said, "Let me take it first." Sunan nodded, handed the potion to him, and reminded him, "This is a werewolf potion that can be upgraded to the level of a second ring wizard. It may not be easy to digest, so there is not much difference between drinking it now and drinking it later. Because, with your qualifications, it should take several months of fighting to digest a potion that has been sublimated 7 times. Blom looked distressed. "After so much effort, I thought I could be lazy, but who knew?" Warwick raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "What do you mean, young master?" Sunan said, "To digest the potion of 7 sublimations, it requires countless battles, injuries, and feeling the beast impulses of a top hunter. In addition, there have always been summoners trying to assassinate me during this period of time, so I plan to hold a competition in this plane." Seeing that the two did not understand, Sunan said, "I want to completely shatter the arrogance of the summoners. Now many summoners think that they lost to me only because I'm strong, but this is a wrong view. So, I will hold a competition, and you two will take on all challengers. This is the last legal counterattack for the summoners, because even if they lose in the competition, they will not be in danger of losing their lives. Sunan said, although I conquered this plane with my strength, if I lose, I have to lose with conviction. So you two will take on the summoners of this entire world. Are you too confident? Warwick immediately said, confident young master. Blom was a little distressed. What if the other side uses a round robin battle, my master? Warwick glared at him. Mr. Blom, if we werewolves don't even have the confidence to crush these summoner natives, how can we fight the energy world in the warlocks? How can we welcome the invasion of the Warhand Wizard organization from the Starsea for the little master? Blom waved his hand. I'm just talking casually. No matter what, I will defeat all summoners for the master. Sunan nodded. He didn't care much about this matter. Anyway, winning is what he deserves. Sunan looked at Vasilian and said, Vasilian, you have two choices to become a second ring creature. The first is to wait for me to go to the Dark Lantern plane, explore it, and think of the formula for the 7-time sublimation of the Death Knight. The second is to upgrade yourself to a second ring wizard. I recommend that you try both methods at the same time. I recognize your qualifications very much. Vasilian bowed his head and said, yes. Sunan stretched out his hand. Give me the ring of Malkut. Vasilian immediately took off the ring and placed it respectfully in Sunan's hand. At the same time, Mr. Warwick had already drunk the 7 times sublimated golden werewolf hunter potion. His whole body of magic began to turn golden. But the potion was not digested overnight, even though Warwick's current magic pressure shell had reached 600. Sunan unsealed the ring of Malkut, and the illusion of the serpent god suddenly appeared in the werewolf temple laboratory. Young wizard, you finally took the initiative to summon me. Why? Are you facing an unsolvable crisis, and are ready to try your best, so you want to seek help from my power? I've said long ago, that one day you will take the initiative, to come to me for help. But I didn't expect, that this day would come so soon. It's here. Damn it, how did you become a second ring wizard? Damn it. Malkut, in the form of a snake god, swallowed his saliva. His pupils were shocked, and then he immediately realized the danger. The second ring wizard has the power to rival a demigod. The second ring wizard has the power of the plane. The second ring wizard has the possibility of using great magic to completely destroy this part of his body. Malkut wiped his forehead. His image is the image of a snake god whose hair has turned into a 100-meter long snake body. Malkut laughed meaninglessly a few times. Sunan looked at Malkut with interest. Sir, what are you laughing at? Malkut became a little taciturn. Nothing to laugh at. If there is nothing else, I will return to the ring. We will live in peace like before, which is good. Malkut's illusion was about to retract into the ring, but Sunan caught his illusion in an instant, making him unable to retract the ring. Malkut was terrified. Sunan Peter, I have helped you a lot along the way. Last time, you faced the original death. If it weren't for my help, you would have died that time. There is no big hatred between us. Sunan nodded. Well, there is no big hatred between us. But keeping you by my side is always a hidden danger. Maya Carter, give me a reason for me not to destroy you. After all, even if I give you to someone else, you may secretly plot against me. Maya Carter's face changed drastically. He never expected that Sunan could be promoted to a second ring wizard so quickly. And once Sunan becomes a second ring wizard, the relationship between the two will completely change. Maya Carter said carefully, first, I still have hundreds of bodies outside. If you do something extreme, I will cause trouble to you in the future. Second, I can sign a covenant with you and become an ally, so you don't have to worry about me plotting against you. Besides, I know a lot of ancient knowledge. The error-free version is available at 69 Book Bar. 69 Book Bar publishes a novel for the first time. Moreover, the real function of the Malkut ring is not to absorb chaos. That is just a cover-up. This ring is made from my middle finger. In my heyday, each of my fingers had a unique ability. The special ability of this middle finger ring is energy multiplication. It can double any energy out of thin air. That is to say, as long as you use the true power of this ring, the power of any of your spells can be doubled, and your magic pressure can also be doubled. Sunan said lightly. Then, what is the price? Mylkut's words were exaggerated, but Sunan knew that activating this ability would inevitably require a huge price. After all, Mylkut was a god at the time, and if he wanted to use his ability, he had to pay some price. Michael Carter hesitated for a moment, then said, what needs to be paid is lifespan. Each time it is activated, a certain amount of lifespan of a mortal needs to be paid. If it is an ordinary mortal, one activation should be enough to kill him. But you are a second ring wizard, I guess you only need to pay 1 month of lifespan. Second ring wizards can transport all the chaos such as aging to other places. Therefore, your body will never age until you die. Your lifespan has been greatly enhanced, and it should be able to reach the level of thousands of years. So I think the small cost of casting a spell seems to have no effect on you. Sunan glanced at Michael Carter coldly. After a long time, the true ability of this guy's ring has been hidden from him. However, the ability of this ring is indeed good, and a month of lifespan is nothing. He can also use potions to supplement his lifespan. The body of a second ring wizard can no longer die normally because the cells will not age, and impurities in the body can be removed by magic. The soul should be the limit of the lifespan of a second ring wizard. First of all, even if there is no entropy increase, and the strength of his soul is very strong, the soul itself should still have a lifespan limit. When Sunan was still a wizard apprentice, he discovered in the Four Seasons garden that, even if he kept using potions to restore himself, and kept himself at his peak, he still felt a lingering fatigue. At that time, he judged that it should be a field that he had not yet studied. Now that he has become a second ring wizard, Sunan has also discovered the source of that fatigue, the depths of his soul. However, Sunan still needs to continue to study in depth to find the true location of that fatigue. Sunan estimated that it should involve the limits of a second ring wizard. Sunan said to Mylkut, alliance is not necessarily. This guy still wants to calculate himself. Sunan said, who knows how many enemies you have. But we can use magic contracts to sign a non-aggression treaty. Anyway, Mylkut's body fragments have been completely scattered in various planes of the void, and he himself may not have the hope of sewing himself together again. Mylkut immediately said, okay, we can sign the contract immediately. It's better to be, as soon as possible. Mylkut was afraid that Sunan would change his mind and directly destroy his ring body. Chapter 332 7th Sublimation, Golden Werewolf Hunter. Sunan had 2 sets of curse inheritance of the second ring level, both of which were from the Tower of Samsara system, so he was able to quickly formulate a set of magic contracts of the second ring level. Sunan asked Warwick to fetch the 7th level Phoenix Slate from the Phoenix Temple, and then placed the Phoenix Slate in front of him. Sunan used an obsidian engraving knife, and engraved the magic runes of black magic on the slate. At the same time, Sunan transformed into a hybrid of vampire and werewolf, hypnotizing the phoenix, letting it attack the person who violated the contract with all its strength. Then he wrote the 13 articles of non-aggression between him and Mylkut on the slate. Suddenly, the magic inscriptions around the phoenix slate shone. An illusion of a phoenix burning the sky appeared in the laboratory. Mylkut was very knowledgeable and immediately realized something. Turn this 2-ring creature into a black magic ghost. Once I violate the agreement, I can burn myself and use the magic power generated when it died. Curse me. This is indeed a curse that can cause a lot of damage to me now. Sunan Peter, you are really an anomaly. Mylkut's last calculation idea also fell through. He didn't expect that Sunan, who was not specialized in curse magic, could actually make such an excellent magic contract. Sunan wrote his name on the slate, and Mylkut immediately wrote his name in the corner of the slate. In this way, the contract was completed. In addition to the 13 treaties that cannot attack each other, there are 2 small treaties that Sunan made specifically for himself. One is that he must not interfere with his use of Mylkut's ring. The other is that the body part that belongs to Mylkut's ring must help him with all his strength. Other body parts are not bound by this treaty. After Mylkut signed the contract, although the 2 parties did not sign a covenant, this magic contract made Mylkut give up the idea of continuing to calculate Sunan, and he also felt that he and Sunan were in a quasi-alliance relationship. Anyway, at least the ring body on the middle finger of his right hand is to help Sunan. Malkut showed some emotion to Sunan and said to him, Sunan, I think these summoning stones are very useful. It's just that the natives of this plane don't know how to use them. You see, the contract made with the fantasy beast god slate is very perfect. If it is used well, it may be a good fortune. Sunan glanced at Malkut. Malkut said, you don't have to be too defensive against me. I'm completely broken. I don't have any hope of putting my body together. Besides, as soon as I revive, my enemies will attack me immediately. I'm already immortal. Maybe it's not bad to stay in this state. Malkut sighed. Sunan said, as long as you don't cause me trouble, I don't mind letting your body recover a little. Malkut nodded. Okay. At least this body of mine will help you with all my strength from now on. Sunan then looked at Vasily. Mr. Vasily, summon the dark lamp. I want to see it again and confirm one thing. Vasily raised his right hand without any questions, and then a dark green dark lamp appeared in his hand. In Sunan's eyes, a dark fire would appear from time to time above the void where the dark lamp was, and the dark fire would fall into the dark lamp. This is why this dark lamp is always on and never goes out. If Sunan was only a first ring wizard, he would not have the power of the plane, and he would not be able to detect that the power of the dark lamp plane would fall into this dark lamp and continue to light it. However, as a second ring wizard at this moment, he could naturally see the reason why this dark lamp would never go out. In other words, the reason why the dark lamp never goes out is because the power of the plane automatically replenishes the dark lamp. In other words, this dark lamp naturally has the characteristics of great magic. From this point, Sunan can judge that the power level of the dark lamp plane is not low. Sunan said to Vasily, Mr. Vasily, please put it away first. Okay, everyone, go do your own things. I still have a bunch of potions to make. Sunan began the next round of work. The first thing was to make the remaining 9 bottles of 7 times sublimation werewolf potion, which would take about 9 days. After 9 days, Sunan succeeded in making it. At the same time, he drank 1 bottle himself and called Blom to drink 1. In the laboratory, since Sunan was already a second ring wizard, it only took him 1 day to digest the second ring level of the golden werewolf hunter's potion. Sunan transformed into a werewolf hunter. The golden werewolf hunter was 3 meters tall. Because the growth of body size no longer meant whether it was powerful or not, the second ring werewolf no longer needed to be so huge. However, as long as Sunan was willing, he would transform into a giant wolf form, and his body could reach a height of 20 meters. At the same time, the golden werewolf hunter had many golden hairs on his body, but the overall color was still gray-black. The overall gray-black color, mixed with golden wolf hair, makes the golden werewolf hunter very dangerous. The moon phase associated with the golden werewolf hunter is the dark moon. This is a very special moon phase in the main material plane. During the dark moon, the full moon and the stars will appear in the sky at the same time. Therefore, the golden werewolf hunter has 9 levels of immortality. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar publishes a novel for the first time. Reading the golden werewolf hunter at 69 book bar, you must use the temperature of the sun's surface, 5500 degrees Celsius of flames, to restrain its immortality, or use a mithril weapon infused with at least 2 rings of magic to restrain it. The magic blood charging and hunter mask of the golden werewolf hunter were all upgraded to the second ring spell model. The golden blood of the golden werewolf hunter was upgraded to the second ring. Platinum blood, the dark energy killing intention fluctuation was upgraded to the second ring. Magic energy killing intention fluctuation, and the original first ring hunter claw, was upgraded to the second ring. Wolf demon claw. At the same time, the core skill of the golden werewolf hunter is hunter chain. This is because Sunan got inspiration from the golden head falling system through the way the golden wizard imprisoned the shadow dragon. The golden werewolf hunter can activate his core skill, the hunter chain, to bind a second ring existence with the hunter chain. Then completely bind it, turn it into a supplementary source of its own power, and obtain the opponent's spell ability. In the laboratory, Sunan looked at the golden chain on his left wolf claw, which was wrapped with golden magic power. Sunan is ready to capture a second ring warlock and then turn it into his own auxiliary source of magic power. With this ability, the second ring werewolf will become more powerful and can be called a hunter. At the same time, the hunter chain can change targets at any time, which means that, if a better target is found, the original target can be abandoned, and the new target can be captured. Sunan is still quite satisfied with the current werewolf, and now he is preparing to refine the 7-time sublimation of the insect swarm potion. In the past 10 days, the intelligent brain has been constantly calculating various materials, and finally formed the most suitable formula for the Sunmark potion for himself. Use a 2-ring fantasy beast god slate to refine a bottle of 2-ring Sunmark potion, and Sunan set his sights on the bull demon temple. After all, this temple was the temple that offended him the most before, and he should contribute more to him before he could forgive them. Sunan walked out of the werewolf temple and heard the cheers and excited cheers outside. He realized that it was he who asked Warwick and Blom to be responsible for organizing the global challenge, which seemed to have begun. Sunan used 7 arcane leaps and 7 teleports in a row and came to the outside of the werewolf temple. I saw that the werewolf temple city had been transformed into a huge competition venue, and many city buildings had been transformed into stands. And Warwick is fighting a 6th level summoner. Some priests and civilians who still support the summoner are constantly cheering for the 6th level summoner. After all, the reward for winning is that as long as they knock down either Warwick or Blom, Sunan promises that the temple where the winning summoner is located does not have to be changed to the werewolf temple, and that the temple will be retained as a school to continue training summoners, instead of changing it to a school for apprentices of potion wizards. Of course, at this moment, for various reasons, most of the audience supports the werewolves and wizards. These people have accepted reality and want to embrace a better future. Moreover, Sunan rules this world, and since he does not need to fight for benefits from the civilians, the treatment of civilians has actually improved. Therefore, Sunan's current rule is very popular. Chapter 333 World Battle Competition. Master Sunan. The 7 high priests, shadow werewolves, felt Sunan's magic pressure and immediately left the competition venue. They ran over and knelt on one knee to pay their respects to Sunan. They were both respectful and fearful of Sunan. Master, those stupid summoner heads are still resisting, but they don't know how powerful we werewolves are. Let alone Lord Warwick and Lord Blom. Even if we let them fight with us, these fragile summoners will be killed by us in an instant. The shadow werewolves who have sublimated 4 times, although they only have 100 magic pressure, because their bodies are strong, they may be able to counterattack, even if they face a summoner who can control several first-ring fantasy beast gods. After these days of adaptation, the high priests are all good at managing a party. They have now put their positions in the right place, and know that they are already werewolves, not summoners anymore. Therefore, their position is completely on the side of the werewolves. Moreover, they have become converts. They had secretly conducted various experiments on their werewolf bodies, so they naturally knew the abnormal physical functions of werewolves and the strength of immortality. Under such circumstances, when these 7 great priests saw this kind of competition, they actually felt like civilized people looking at barbarians. Sunan did not speak, but walked directly to the stands of the city stadium, overlooking the battle between the summoner and Warwick. The 6th level summoner was not very old, only about 20 years old, and was obviously a summoner genius, so it was clear why he insisted on the summoner system. Sunan even discovered that his innate mental power was actually 30. Sunan raised his eyebrows. Genius. With this kind of innate mental power, he will be excellent in everything he does. That's why he is a summoner genius. The 7 great priests who followed behind Sunan, with their eyebrows lowered and their eyes lowered, suddenly moved their ears, and they were guessing Sunan's thoughts. At this moment, Sunan's praise for the genius summoner of the casual player was heard by them. These great priests immediately changed their attitude towards the young genius summoner. The chief priest of the Bull Demon Temple immediately interrupted and said, "Master, the summoner is a lone man, and did not belong to any temple before. I will arrange for you to meet him immediately." Sunan shook his head. "No need. There are too many geniuses. If he is a teachable person, he will climb up and see me." The chief priest of the Bull Demon Temple immediately interrupted before the other chief priests and said, Yes, that's true. Master, I learned a lot from what you said. I will arrange for the priests to protect him secretly and will not let anyone embarrass him. After all, that guy always makes remarks against wizards, and I'm afraid that someone will hurt him if he is blind." Sunan nodded and said, "Geniuses are always treated specially. I don't care what he says. If he is really talented, he will definitely become a wizard in the end." The chief priest of the Bull Demon Temple said, "Yes, yes, yes, Master is right." The chief priest of the Bull Demon Temple smiled. It was great that he talked to the master so much today. The other 6 chief priests stared at him angrily, very angry. "You have already spoken." How can they reply? They also want to show off in front of their master. Sunan took a look at the interaction between the high priests, but he didn't care. These shadow werewolves have completely become a wolf pack, and the werewolves will always prioritize the interests of the wolf pack. Sunan looked at the competition field below and saw that the genius summoner summoned 6 bull demons. Each bull demon held a huge axe, and every time it chopped, the earth would shake. Under the control of the genius summoner, the 6 bull demons and fantasy beast gods all swung their huge axes and turned into 6 bull demon storms, attacking Warwick. He laughed loudly. "See, this is the power of the summoner. A summoner is equivalent to a legion. Outland werewolf, you have no way to escape. Accept the baptism of my bull demon." The next moment, 6 bull demon storms attacked Warwick at the same time. But Warwick didn't even think of dodging. He stood still, and the bull demon's axes chopped him. As a result, all the axes broke, and the bull demons were also shaken away by the recoil, and fell to the ground. Warwick, who remained in the advanced werewolf hunter form, said, "Escape. A genius among summoners, you are really joking. I'm too lazy to dodge this level of attack." He took out the pipe from his waist, lit it, and started smoking. The shiny Yuan Fang plane produces a plant that does not exist in the main material plane, called smoke bamboo. When the smoke bamboo powder is ignited, it will produce smoke that is stronger than tobacco. Therefore, the tobacco culture of the shiny Yuan Fang plane is very prominent. However, the smoke bamboo of this plane is still for the use of priests. As an old noble butler, Warwick will naturally take the initiative to learn the life of the nobles of a new world. He believes that this will also help them, outsiders, to integrate into the local area and reduce the local people's rejection of them. Warwick took a puff of his pipe, blew out a smoke ring, and said, "Summon a genius. If you were a wizard, you could at least pose a little threat to me. But you are just a summoner. Even if I stand here and let your 6 bull demons attack, you can't break my magic pressure 600, the magic pressure shell body defense. The permanent defense of the werewolf is the magic pressure shell, and the attack power of the first ring of the magic beast god is too weak. How could it be possible to break the magic pressure shell defense of 600 magic pressure?" So, Warwick was a little disappointed. Facing Warwick's disappointed eyes, the young casual summoner felt like he was going crazy. If he was just defeated, he could accept it. But he couldn't accept the other party's contempt for the road he had devoted more than 20 years to. That was a complete denial of his past. The next moment, the summoner genius suddenly burned his life and roared, "Ancient bull demon, please respond to my call and use your power to destroy all enemies." Sacrifice ceremony. Suddenly, the 6 bull demons' feet came out with a ritual wind, and the 6 bull demons were sacrificed, and then 2 two-ring bull demon kings landed on the competition field. Many spectators around were exclaiming. After all, this 6th level summoner used his ability to cross the level and use the sacrificial ceremony to summon 2 7th level fantasy beast gods. These 2 are the most powerful bull demons in the Bull Demon Temple. The spectators sitting on the viewing platform transformed from the surrounding buildings began to shout, "Come on, Alfred. Don't lose. Just use that bull demon to defeat Lord Werewolf. At least show the power of the people in our plane." The error-free version is read in 69 Book Bar. 69 Book Bar publishes a novel first. 69 Book Bar reads Sunan and Warwick at the same time, looking at Alfred and the 2 bull demon kings summoned. The 7 shadow werewolf high priests said, "Master, do you want to remind Mr. Warwick? He is the most powerful fantasy beast god after all." Sunan waved his hand at him without looking back. At the same time, Warwick in the competition field finally showed a hint of interest in his eyes, and then grinned. Just now, a bull demon king used an axe to cut his chest. For the first time in the competition, Warwick moved. Alfred wanted to taunt Warwick and said that he thought you were not afraid of anything, but when he looked up, he saw that Warwick's mouth corners were raised, revealing a cruel and bloodthirsty smile. At this time, Warwick did not dodge and exchanged injuries with the two bull demon kings. He smiled and said, "It's great, it's great. This is more like it. Finally, there is an opponent with an attack power that exceeds my defense. I thought you were no good before. I didn't expect that you are still a bit good." 20 minutes later, the two bull demon kings who were too seriously injured finally couldn't maintain their existence and collapsed and disappeared directly. Warwick had a lot of wounds on his body, but these wounds were healing quickly, and he recovered completely in the blink of an eye. Although Warwick has not yet digested the effect of the golden werewolf hunter potion, but the high level werewolf hunter has been strengthened to the limit of the first ring by Sunan. The limit of the first ring wizard has the ability to fight against the second ring fantasy beast god. Coupled with the immortality of the werewolf, Alfred has no chance of winning. Alfred knelt on the ground, his pupils suddenly dilated. How is it possible? Why? Am I too young and too low in level, so I'm not your opponent? Warwick rarely persuaded him. I advise you to change to wizard. With your talent, as long as you learn meditation, you will catch up soon. If you continue to stay on the path of summoner, your life will be over. Alfred gritted his teeth. That's not the case. There were a few times just now I almost defeated you and chopped off your head. I will come to ask for advice tomorrow. Anyway, you have no restrictions, and each person can only challenge once. This is your mistake. Warwick chuckled. Mistake? I can only say that you are welcome to challenge me again. He needs to use this competition to make the Dehad summoners of the whole Shiny Yuanfang plane and the summoners who are hostile to the aliens constantly attack him. However, most of the summoners who came to challenge him before were really outrageous. Not a single one of them could break through his and Mr. Blom's defense. So, with this summoner genius Alfred coming to challenge him every day, the next few months will probably be very interesting. The small part of the audience who were still cheering for Alfred at the competition venue has remained silent at this moment. In fact, the number of these spectators is also decreasing as the werewolves have defeated all the powerful summoners and the so-called genius summoners again and again. As the competition continues, those summoner geniuses who were originally hidden in the corners of this huge medium-sized plane will come one by one and challenge Blom and Warwick. And the two of them will suppress this world again after Sunan. Sunan turned around and said to the 7 werewolf priests, I plan to build a country and an empire in this world. The name is Werewolf Empire. The capital can be here. The location of the Phoenix Temple headquarters is close to the center of this continent and very close to the Hualangshan mining area. So you prepare for me. I want to do an experiment here. The 7 priests looked at each other in confusion, not quite understanding what the relationship between Sunan's establishment of an empire and the experiment could be. In fact, there is a connection. Sunan still can't forget that the Warlock group destroyed the Eastern Human Empire and summoned the Dark Force magic tide. So, he wants to do an experiment to see if what will happen if he builds an empire in this medium-sized plane. In this way, perhaps we can know why the Warlocks want to destroy the Storm Kingdom. Chapter 334 Werewolf Lore. The First Werewolf Empire. 10 days later, in the city of the original Phoenix Temple headquarters in the Shiny Yuanfang Plain, now the capital of the Werewolf Empire, a large number of temple-style buildings have been transformed into the new Werewolf Temple style. The original 7 major temple priests, now the Werewolf Temple priests, all gathered here, and a large number of civilians, wealthy businessmen, and dignitaries from various cities were invited to participate in the ceremony of Sunan's establishment of the empire. When Sunan put on the werewolf crown and sat on the throne, the 7 shadow werewolf priests announced to the civilians below, look, no one has ever been able to completely unify the 7 major temples at once and unite our entire world, a full 20 million people. The population of the Shiny Yuanfang Plain is not large. After all, it is only a medium-sized plain. We hereby solemnly swear to pledge allegiance to our werewolf emperor Sunan Peter. From today on, the majesty of the wolf god will forever shroud our world, and our world will be called the werewolf world. Under his protection and leadership, The werewolf world will move towards a new and more glorious future. Without oppression and exploitation, the temple priests will no longer be high and mighty, and all living things will become equal under the control of the werewolves. We are all united, and are all reserve members of the wolf pack. This was Sunan's instruction. After all, the best way to cultivate loyalty on such a large scale is to cultivate it collectively in the form of some kind of organization. Let them want to become a member of the wolf pack from birth. In this way, the werewolf world can become a world that provides werewolf transformers in the future. This may become a more important resource than the summoning stone, a specialty of this world, in the later stage. Under the imperial throne, a large number of civilians began to cheer and loudly support Sunan's rule. After all, in the previous rule, everyone clearly felt the changes in life, and the priest group that used to be the superiors standing above them finally disappeared and could no longer bully them. For civilians, it doesn't matter whether they are aliens, wizards or summoners. Anyway, Sunan Peter looks similar to them and has a good image. The moment the empire was announced, Sunan immediately realized that the magic tide of this plane had changed. The magic tide of this world was originally very scattered, but when the empire appeared, a special structure similar to the spiral gene structure appeared inside the magic tide of the whole world. The appearance of these reverse and positive magic double helix structures has caused a chain reaction, and all magic tides are beginning to have similar structures. And the magic tide with similar structures will become very stable. Sure enough, my previous assumption was correct. Sunan thought, establishing a country and destroying a country will cause corresponding changes in the magic tide. When I established an empire in this world, a special magic structure appeared, which made the magic tide of this world more stable and difficult to be destroyed, and even improved the stability of this world. If my guess is correct, the higher the level of the political system, the more stable the structure of the magic tide of a world, not counting the concentration of the magic tide, will become. Sunan saw that the special magic tide structure was actually concentrated on his werewolf emperor's crown. The werewolf emperor's crown is dark in color and looks like a howling moon wolf head. But at this moment, this emperor's crown actually connected with the special magic of this world at the moment of establishing the empire, which made Sunan gradually feel that this werewolf emperor's crown had become a special magic item. Through this magic item, he can slightly control the special double helix positive and negative magic special structure in the magic tide. That is, he can slightly control the magic tide. When Sunan realized this, his eyes condensed slightly. After I became the magic emperor, this werewolf emperor's crown actually turned into a special item that can slightly control the magic tides of the entire plane. Sunan immediately thought of the previous ban of the gods of order. Wizards are not allowed to be kings, and all civilians are not allowed to express allegiance to the wizard king, otherwise they cannot enter the kingdom of gods after death. So that's why the church must choose ordinary people, or people other than wizards, to be kings. Otherwise, the wizard king can manipulate the magic tides. Anyway, it's now at the coronation ceremony, so Sunan simply divides some of his mind to manipulate the magic tides and see how far he can manipulate the magic tides now. First of all, Sunan can manipulate the special magic structures inside the magic tides to form different shapes. Under Sunan's manipulation, the entire imperial capital, which was originally located next to the imperial capital on the flat ground, actually gradually rose up a mountain in the shape of a wolf's head because of the gathering of a large number of special magic structures. This wolf head shaped mountain is actually a gathering of special magic structures covering the ground of the entire plane, which plays a role in stabilizing the magic tides. Moreover, Sunan even conducted some simple experiments and used the magic power of these special structures to form a special effect. That is, this plane will naturally repel non-werewolves and non-potion wizards who have to mobilize a large amount of magic power, reducing the other party's magic energy utilization rate and the speed of absorbing magic tides. The subjects of the empire looked at the wolf head mountain that appeared within an hour and were very shocked and awed. The 7 werewolf priests looked at this miraculous scene and admired the wizard even more. The error-free version is available at 69 Book Bar. 69 Books Bar publishes a novel. 69 Books Bar reading. Sunan looked at Wolf Head Mountain and pondered. When he established the werewolf empire, He had a certain degree of control over the magic tides of the entire plane, and could issue a limited number of 2 to 3 orders. Now the magic tides can be said to be listening to his orders, and the wolf head mountain in front of him is the tool for him to manipulate the magic tides. This can be called law. Sunan thought, this is the law of the entire plane, a law that all people, things, and even the world must obey. I didn't expect this to happen. It turns out that plane travel is the best way for wizards to increase their knowledge. Then let's name this law the werewolf law. But I don't know the minimum condition for the law to appear. How many people are needed? And this needs more testing. At least there is no similar law in the Golden Plane. However, only when he becomes a second-ring wizard can he see, sense, and manipulate the magic tide that produces a special magic structure. In other words, establishing a law requires 2 conditions. One is to establish a unified regime in a plane. The second is that the founder must be at least a second-ring wizard. Seeing that Sunan seemed to be distracted, Warwick hurriedly asked in the wolf pack effect, "Little master, what's wrong?" Sunan said, "Nothing." He then made the law public in the wolf pack effect. Everyone in the wolf pack was surprised. Sunan said to everyone, "Don't be too surprised. Someone wants to assassinate me at my coronation ceremony. Look at the magic fluctuations. It should be someone arranged by the wizard of the war school. I think he should not have any hope of successfully assassinating me, so he should have other purposes. You all stay alert." Chapter 335, Historical Fragments of the Star Sea. In the hall of the Werewolf Empire, the subjects were presenting precious gifts to Emperor Sunan Peter. The subjects were queuing up. But suddenly, a man in the team holding a scroll suddenly pulled out a magic wand from the scroll. Then he pointed the magic wand at Sunan and chanted a short spell. A first level spell of the war school, War Shadow, was cast by him and attacked Sunan. Sunan smiled and supported his forehead with his fingers, showing a thoughtful look. The priests around were all terrified. Especially the 7 shadow werewolf priests. Because of this kind of thing, they were even more afraid in their hearts. They were the werewolves who had just joined Sunan's core circle, and naturally they were more afraid that this would cause Sunan's dissatisfaction with them. They transformed into shadow werewolves one by one, all in full state, and used dark energy killing waves to kill the first level wizard hidden in the crowd. But Sunan was not impatient, because the warrior phantom summoned by the opponent from the historical fragment was blocked by his permanent defense force field before it approached him and collapsed under his magic pressure. In fact, Sunan was too lazy to dodge this trick. At the same time, the next moment, Sunan realized what the wizard Victor wanted. I saw a simple version of the second ring wizard tower suddenly rise into the air and fly towards the plane barrier. It turned out that Victor had secretly built a second ring wizard tower. So, at this juncture, he sent a first ring wizard he cultivated in this plane to assassinate himself, just to have a chance to escape from this plane. He was also willing to take risks. A first ring wizard apprentice would be valued everywhere. But in order to allow himself to escape, he actually arranged this apprentice to come here for a suicide attack. Sunan immediately ordered Kagui in the void to intercept. The first ring wizard of the war school who was in charge of the assassination rushed in front of the hall and used the spells of the war school to constantly summon the after images of warriors from historical fragments. He defeated 7 werewolf high priests and those ordinary priests. But when he was about to rush to Sunan, he found that the werewolf warrior Blum appeared in front of him. Blum, in human form, used the sword of nobility to cut through all the phantoms of warriors in the historical fragments summoned by the wizard. Blom said, "Brother, why do you have to work so hard? Just surrender and be tied up." The first ring wizard Drizzt frowned and said, "I'm sorry. My master saved my life, and this is the only way I can repay him." The next moment, he chanted a spell, and 3 phantom spears summoned from historical fragments pierced through Blom. Drizzt continued to chant the spell, so that his body was combined with a melee wizard in human history, giving him powerful melee capabilities. Sunan even saw the history of the Star Sea from the historical phantoms he summoned. Drizzt's war school spells came from Victor, and Victor was a wizard from the Star Sea. Therefore, the historical fragments that Drizzt summoned with spells naturally showed the historical fragments of the Star Sea. While they were fighting, Sunan observed the historical fragments attracted by Drizzt's spells. It was seen that in the historical fragments, there was a void that was different from other void areas. There were a lot of planes in that void, and many small planes were evolving around that void in the form of planets. The core of that area was a special ocean in the void. The special gravity of that ocean maintained the existence of the entire star sea. Sunan suddenly pointed at Drizzt. Under the hall, Drizzt was shocked. He had good talent, so he could handle it easily under the siege of many priests and werewolves. At least he could barely hold on, but he was always afraid of Sunan Peter's attack. But just now, when Sunan pointed at him, nothing seemed to have happened to him. Just as he was about to wonder, he suddenly heard a cracking sound behind him. He looked back and saw that the historical phantom he had summoned behind him had cracks, and the historical phantom was actually expanding abnormally. This caused his mana to be consumed abnormally at a rapid speed. Drizzt was shocked. Lord Sunan, what did you do to my historical re-entry spell? Sunan glanced at him. Not bad, at least you still retain respect for the strong. Just now, when he was fighting, he asked the intelligent brain to input data and analyze the shortcomings of this first ring magic. The intelligent brain found that the opponent used the prophecy school spell to summon the historical fragment phantom, which required continuous payment of mana, and the summoned historical phantom was essentially a projection of the prophecy school. And it just so happened that Sunan also knew the first ring prophecy school spell, Arcane Prediction. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar first published a novel. So, with the height of a second ring wizard, Sunan used a spell of the School of Prophecy on the historical phantom summoned by the first ring wizard of the school, strengthening the historical phantom he summoned, and then increasing his mana burden. When Drizzt wanted to cancel the summoning of the historical phantom, Sunan had already transformed into the vampire count, hypnotized him, and forced him to continue to use the first ring return spell with all his strength. Sunan himself snapped his fingers, and a beam of his own mana rushed into the historical fragment phantom of the Star Sea. Sunan discovered that the spell of the Hand of War School had serious flaws. First of all, the core of the spell of this school lies in the historical phantom summoned by the return spell, but this historical fragment phantom comes from the hometown of the wizards of their school. In other words, every time the wizards of this school use magic, they may expose their own details. When Sunan's magic aura forced him into Drizzt's historical shadow, he passed through this historical fragment and roughly knew the approximate void coordinates of the star domain C in the void. As long as the void coordinates are known, there is a possibility of invasion. At the same time, Sunan saw the general situation of the star domain C. First of all, the star domain C has thousands of spherical planes, like planets. At the same time, there are more planet-shaped planes hidden somewhere in the star domain C area, so new planetary planes may appear here at any time. In the historical fragment, Sunan saw a second ring wizard tower and a third ring wizard tower from the wizard civilization entering this area. In history, wizards began to build frontier bases here frantically, but later there was an event of overall evacuation from the rear of the wizard civilization. The wizards in this part of the frontier base in the star domain C found that they were abandoned by the mainstream wizard society. Then, in the mysterious ocean in the core area of the star domain C, the star-casting dragon clan appeared, and they had a protracted war with the wizards who invaded the star domain C. But the wizards of the Star Sea have already established strongholds in hundreds of planetary planes. Therefore, although they were ambushed and defeated at first, they still had wins and losses later, and formed a delicate balance with the star-forging dragon clan in the Star Sea. Sunan looked at the war planet plane where the Hand of War was located. So that's it. Is it there? The Hand of War cultivated many powerful warriors inside that planet, let them be born, glorious, and then die, built a huge arena, and inspired those warriors to show their strengths. But the real purpose is to use the existence of these warriors in history and capture their spirituality in historical fragments, so as to cooperate with the war school, to use prophetic spell-type magic to summon them from history and use them to attack the enemy. Each planet-shaped plane of the Star Sea is relatively small in area. If the main material plane is a tennis ball located in the void, then these Star Sea planets are like sesame seeds in the void. Chapter 336, The Historical Chessboard and the Void Battle. In the whole of the werewolf empire, Sunan manipulated his spirituality and directly entered the warplane planet in the historical fragment, and entered a huge duel field in that planet. In this huge duel field, a dark energy school wizard was fighting with a metal school wizard. Both were melee mages, and were trained by the Warhand Wizard organization, to specialize in fighting in the duel field. At this time, the two melee mages who were fighting fiercely suddenly turned their heads, and looked at Sunan, and said in unison, "Sir, who are you, and why do you want to enter the historical fragments of our school? Please leave, otherwise you can stay here." This voice seemed to be the voice of a middle-aged man, and his tone was very cold. Sunan's spirituality was only stunned for half a second, and the two melee mages in the historical fragment joined forces to attack him. The metal blade of the metal school wizard pierced his chest, and the dark energy wizard flashed behind him, and a scimitar tore his back open. At the same time, the duel arena, where his spirit was located, suddenly began to blur and shrink, squeezing towards Sunan's spirit. But Sunan immediately used the wolf pack effect to strengthen his spirit and the spirit of his body. Before his spirit was trapped by the historical fragments of the war planet plane, he first pulled his spirit out of the historical fragments of the Star Sea that Trist summoned behind him with the re-entry spell. At that time, in the historical fragments of the war planet plane, a middle-aged man wearing full plate armor appeared at this time node and looked at the place where Sunan disappeared. "Didn't you leave his spirit behind?" "It seems that it was done by the second ring wizard. I originally wanted to leave his spirit behind, to confirm his identity and location, as well as the magic he is good at." "Forget it." The middle-aged man's eyes were cold. "I just need to set a trap. As long as he enters the past history of our school again, I can make him stay here forever." In the round heaven and square earth plane, Sunan looked at Drizzt, who had run out of mana, and was restricted in his movements by the shadow werewolves incarnated by the werewolf high priests, and injected with wolf poison, and raised his eyebrows. The person who did not belong to that time point that he saw in the historical fragment of the warplane planet just now should be a wizard of the Hand of War, and may even be the so-called leader of the Hand of War wizard group, the Lord of War. Judging from the fight just now, the opponent should be a senior second ring wizard, and his strength should be far beyond his current self. Therefore, his spirituality was immediately shattered when he fought with him just now, and he didn't even have time to use a magic to counterattack. Sunan thought about it, but judging from the opponent's reaction, his guess should be correct. The biggest weakness of the wizard organization Hand of War lies in that historical shadow. The battle of wizards is a battle to find the opponent's weakness. This weakness of the Hand of War is so obvious. Sunan is even a little unsure whether it is a weakness that deliberately attracts the enemy's attack. In reality, Sunan glanced at Drizzt coldly. From the hatred in his eyes, he could tell that it was impossible for him and Drizzt to coexist peacefully. Drizzt had been deeply branded by the war school. Sunan used a powerful shooting spell to inject the 100 years of sleeping spell into his body, sealing his magic power, and then said to the werewolf priests, "Lock him up. It's just right. We can get a lot of magical information about the Hand of War from him. I have to deal with another thing now." Sunan looked at the sky of the round and square sky. The next moment, he used the Niche Reversal spell to reversely summon himself from the whole of the capital of the werewolf empire to the body of Merio in the void. At this time, in the void near the round and square plane, Kagi was chasing the simple version of the two-ring wizard tower driven by Victor. The appearance of the two-ring wizard tower was very similar to a spear. The wizard tower was extremely fast. Every time it passed through a void, it would leave a track composed of magic energy where it passed. And Kagi couldn't catch up with it, so he could only use the Tesla valve flame compression acceleration device to consume the fire demon's anger, spray flame beams, and attack the second ring wizard tower. And Victor was very scared. If his second ring wizard tower was attacked, and then he was far away from the shiny Landifang plane, then he could only wander in the void. So, for a while, he didn't dare to leave the shiny Landifang plane too far. The void is extremely vast. Even if it is a second ring wizard, without a second ring wizard tower, relatively speaking, there is no way to move much distance, and can only be trapped in the void. Moreover, if there is no second ring wizard tower, even a second ring wizard cannot survive for long in the void full of invisible energy. That's right, even if Sunan has become a second ring wizard at this moment, he still can't use observable means to see the dangerous invisible void energy in the void. This shows that the level of void energy is far beyond his imagination. At this moment, Victor kept hesitating, not knowing whether to escape immediately or escape after knocking Kaguya down. Victor in the Warlance Wizard Tower manipulated the war floating magic pool with an ugly face. The damn gargoyle. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar publishes a novel. Read at 69 book bar from the magic technology used by the other party. I can't tell the origin of the young wizard named Sunan. Before, I have never seen a second ring wizard tower with life characteristics in the star domain C. Gargoyle. Logically speaking, only a few gargoyle kings can barely be first ring creatures. But in the second ring battle, gargoyles should not be of much use. But Sunan took a different approach and combined the sacrificial stone statue with a wizard tower. In this way, Sunan was in the wizard tower, just like sitting in the body of a Gundam. Victor found that Sunan had also chased out and controlled Mario to catch up with him directly. Oh no, that wizard is coming. Twisted, didn't you delay for long? What a waste. Mario followed the Warlance Wizard Tower and shouted happily in the void, I caught up. Master, watch me knock it down. Mario punched out and the hurricane magic hit the Warlance Wizard Tower. Because the temporary wizard tower was simple in itself, Victor planned to return to the star domain C and directly throw away this broken thing. Therefore, with just this one blow, the wizard tower was already half scrapped and stopped in the void. At that time, Sunan noticed the abnormal mana fluctuations and saw Victor's voice appear in the void, and an illusory historical phantom emerged and turned into a chessboard, falling on Mario and the Warlance Wizard Tower, and excluded Kaguya. Sunan immediately understood the other party's purpose. If the other party's wizard tower had been knocked out by Mario's punch, then the only way for the other party was to seize the wizard tower in the void and leave. Otherwise, he would either be trapped in the void or be captured by himself. Sunan also secretly thought, after all, my foundation is still insufficient. There are two reasons why I am so passive this time. First, I don't have enough experience in the void war. Second, Kaguya and Mario both need further transformation. They are just barely second ring wizard towers. Take the speed of movement in the void as an example. Just now, I couldn't catch up with the simplified version of the wizard tower made by Victor. But it doesn't matter. Once I catch the other party and capture the wizard tower, I can dismantle the wizard tower and figure out why the other party can fly so fast in the void. At that time, both wizard towers were enveloped by the shadows of historical fragments summoned by Victor. Victor said, the chessboard of history. Soldiers and warriors from the past, clear the enemy for me. Chapter 337, 100 acres of land borrowed from the past. In the void, a shadow of a historical fragment transformed into a chessboard descended. The powerful energy could even briefly open up a piece of ground in the void, similar to muddy land. But Sunan knew that this was just an illusion. It was a piece of land that only existed in the past, summoned from the war planet in the Star Sea. Victor made a desperate move. In the Warlance Wizard Tower, he used mana fluctuations and made a voice. I borrowed 100 acres of land from the past. This will become your grave. Ancient Iron Guard Corps, come out. One after another, the figures of the first ring wizards of the Metal School, riding on iron war horses made by alchemy, appeared in front of Mario. There were about 100 first ring wizards of the Metal School. Among them, there were 2 wizards of the Metal School who had just entered the second ring. All these wizards glared at Sunan and Mario. Evil Dark Energy School wizards, today is the last day for you to be destroyed by us. If we destroy you, the whole planet will belong to us. This is obviously Victor's last trump card. He stored a famous battle in the history of his planet in advance, and then summoned the battle that had happened before with magic when fighting the enemy. So, Sunan's side became the enemy that was destroyed by the Iron Guard Corps of the Metal School in history in that battle. The 100 first ring Metal School wizards in front of him all began to cast spells on themselves, all kinds of Metal School spells. For example, a first ring metal form conversion spell, a first ring metal scalding spell, a first ring metal spear spell, a first ring metal manipulation spell, etc. They manipulated various metals to overlap themselves, turning themselves into a small metal giant. Then they made the metal undergo various changes in properties, such as becoming hot or changing their forms. Then they all drove the steel war horses under their crotches and rushed towards Merio. Merio unfolded the brown force field with great magical properties. However, Sunan had not optimized the Brownian force field, so the Brownian force field was still a first-ring magic. This gave these Iron Guard wizards an opportunity. Each of their attacks accumulated damage to the Brownian force field and broke the Brownian force field. When Merio wanted to flap his angel wings and fly up, he found a storm of metal fragments above his head, covering the sky above the 100 acres of land and suppressing it from top to bottom. That was the second ring metal school spell, Metal Storm. Each piece of Metal Storm was quickly eroding Merio's permanent defense field. At the same time, the 100 first ring wizards of the metal school below used the first ring metal school spell, Steel Shattering. At the same time, steel pieces were shot at the Brownian force field around Merio. The moment the steel pieces touched the Brownian force field, transparent ripples would occur. These steel pieces were also consuming Merio's shield. Sunan knew that he had to do something, otherwise the Brownian force field shield would be broken soon. At that time, the two second ring wizards of the metal school summoned from the historical fragments of the war planet plane will immediately launch the most violent attack on Merio, who has no defense field. It is estimated that that is also the time for Victor to seize his second ring wizard tower. Sunan thought, in fact, the spells of the wizard school where Victor belongs are not directly offensive. So if their school has not spent thousands of years to cultivate it, and it has a long history of fierce battles on the planet plane, Victor's spell power is just so-so. This is the advantage accumulated over time. Sunan thought about the solution quickly in his mind, and also entrusted the intelligent brain to think about the solution. In the void, Victor had abandoned his war spear wizard tower and jumped on 100 acres of land. Looking at Sunan, who was entangled by the legion in the distance, he laughed. The motto of our school is that what happened in the past will definitely happen again. The wars in the past will definitely happen now. Everything will perish, but war will last forever. This is the art of war. Victor panted slightly. Maintaining this magic called Besmog battle spell consumed a lot of his mana, which was a desperate move in itself. If possible, he didn't want to fight Sunan head on. But the problem is that Sunan didn't give him a chance to escape. His original plan was to leave here and rely on this simple second ring wizard tower to meet with the warlord fleet on the war planet plane that was rushing here, and then tell the warlord about this undeveloped plane. But who knew that the young second ring wizard actually had a special second ring wizard tower patrolling above the plane at all times. Even for a second ring wizard, the void is extremely dangerous, just like an ordinary person sitting on a huge ship and sailing in the center of the ocean. The only thing he can rely on is himself and the few supplies on the huge ship. Therefore, after Victor found out that Kagi had been chasing him, he did not have the courage to forcefully fly out of the gravitational range of the celestial plane. Victor was about to rush to the battlefield to find an opportunity to kill his way into Sunan's wizard tower, but he felt a small earthquake in the 100 acres of land he summoned in the great void, and a large amount of land collapsed, exposing the void beneath the superficial land. Sunan manipulated Merio for a moment and fell back to the ground, and at the same time, Sunan finally thought of a solution. Merio, who was 200 meters tall, stood there and allowed himself to be attacked. At the same time, Merio, who was an angel statue, had a large mass of miasma in his hands. The wizards of the Iron Guard were shouting, "What is that? Those mists, don't touch them, they are poisonous. Our bodies are collapsing." "No, it's this land that's collapsing. These mists are entering the land under our feet. Are we the living? Why do I always feel like I'm being controlled by someone?" Sunan and Merio's body, controlling Merio's black hole magic core, said, "I almost forgot. Although these people look like real people, they are indeed real people, but they are maintained by prophecy spells. Fighting with these summoned historical phantoms is a particularly unprofitable thing. I will directly use the forest miasma analyzed and studied from the outer periphery of the golden small plane to erode this historical phantom and destroy the spell structure in it, and I can solve the problem at hand." The miasma now has great magical characteristics, and its scale and power have greatly increased. And the miasma itself is a means of large-scale transformation of the environment. Sunan's transformation of the environment in this way is a huge mana burden for Victor. Victor's face changed drastically, and he saw that he no longer had enough mana to maintain the Besmog battle spell. Originally, his soul was seriously injured. But if he didn't maintain this spell, this 100 acres of land in the void would collapse, and he would fall directly into the void. At that time, he would fall into the endless void, and his body would not be able to stay. Although the body of a second ring wizard is still very strong, if it floats in the void for too long, it will gradually be torn into elementary particles by the invisible energy of the void. But he doesn't have to worry too much, because the next moment, Sunan controlled Mario, and grabbed him in his hand, and at the same time, used the 100 years of sleeping spell with great magical characteristics, to seal Victor in his hand. Sunan thought, from this time, fighting with this second ring wizard who is not at the peak state at all, it can be seen that, although I'm a second ring wizard, many magics have not been updated to the second ring, so the combat power is still unstable. It can only be regarded as a wizard who has just become a second ring wizard. The spell model must be updated. But before that, Sunan transformed himself into a golden werewolf hunter, and at the same time, the golden chain on his left hand began to cover a layer of golden magic. The golden werewolf hunter can capture a prey and turn it into his own source of power, harvesting power from him at all times. And Sunan is quite interested in Victor, the magic that summoned the battlefield of the historical battle just now. Mario sent the sealed Victor into his body, and Victor was soon teleported into the floating magic pool room where Sunan was. Victor looked at Sunan stubbornly. He looked like a burly middle-aged man, but now he looked a little embarrassed. So, this is what you have inside. Humph, your wizard tower is not as good as the standard wizard tower of our Hand of War school. I advise you to let me go. It will be good for everyone. Otherwise you will be finished when my school comes. The error-free version is read in 69 book bar. 69 book bar publishes a novel for the first time. I tell you, I won't yield to you. It doesn't matter whether I kill you or cut you, but you'd better remember that if you kill me, you will never stop fighting with our Hand of War. Do you dare? Sunan always had his back to him, because he had to control Mario to drag the Warlance Wizard Tower, which had lost control, back to prevent it from falling into the endless void. At least he had to drag it to the sky above the shiny Underfang plane, so that the powerful plane gravity of the shiny Underfang plane could always lock it. Sunan, who was operating the core of the floating magic pool, said, "You said it, as if I don't provoke you, you will keep peace with me. Why, is the Hand of War now a group of peacemakers? No matter what I do to you, in fact, I have already started a war with your school. But I have no intention of stopping the war." Victor was stunned. He looked at Sunan and suddenly smiled bitterly. "You look more like a wizard of the war school than I do." But, Sunan turned and walked towards him, and at the same time, the golden chain on his left hand directly tied him up. Victor was stunned, and even a little scared. "What do you want to do?" "My power. I feel my power is being sucked away by you." Sunan's chain forcibly wrapped him into an iron chain ball, and at the same time, pulled him towards Sunan's werewolf left claw. Victor felt the magical power of sealing and devouring. He couldn't keep up his image, and cursed at Sunan. "Asshole, you lunatic, you actually want to eat me, and get my power. You are not a wizard of the war school at all. I think you are a wizard of the demon school. Do you still look like a wizard? Where did you come from? Cruel, despicable, you. The Lord of War will save me. At most 2 years, he will definitely come to this plane." He was completely sealed by Sunan in the golden chain on his werewolf left claw. A small golden portrait of Victor dangled from the golden chain wrapped around Sunan's left wolf claw. Sunan held his right wolf claw in his hand, and a gust of war appeared in his palm. Not bad. It seems that the plundering power was successful. Essentially, the power of the black magic curse supports this. The hunter chain of the golden werewolf hunter can be regarded as a kind of black magic. The condition for activation is that the opponent is captured and sealed by oneself, and then the opponent can be obtained. All the power of the opponent, unless he is released actively. However, each hunter chain of the golden werewolf hunter can only capture one target at a time. Now Sunan feels that he can release the Besmog battle spell at any time, but the release of this spell will consume a lot of magic power, at least more than half of his current mana. I'm afraid that Victor will have no mana after casting this spell. After Sunan swallowed Victor's power, he suddenly felt that he could also sense the floating magic pool of the Warlance Wizard Tower. After Sunan dragged the Spear Wizard Tower to the top of the heavenly round square plane, he left Merio's body and entered the Spear Wizard Tower. A second ring wizard can live in the void for a short period of time. Moreover, he is now locked by the gravity of the heavenly round square plane, just above the heavenly round square plane. It is still relatively safe. Sunan entered the battlefield Spear Wizard Tower and found that there were a large number of magic runes inside the wizard tower that he had never seen before. It seemed to be something called the Hand of War rune. This is a special magic rune developed by the Hand of War school. It is specially used to enchant the human body, to improve melee combatability, or to enchant the wizard tower, to improve the wizard tower's void combatability. The interior space of the entire Warspear Wizard Tower is very similar to a huge passage. There are 13 sections of living space, but most of the passages in the sections are empty. It seems that Victor should have given up the runes and wizard tower equipment that should have been installed in these rooms in order to save resources. Sunan came to the first passage-shaped room of the wizard tower and saw the floating magic pool in the first passage-shaped room. Sunan took a look and his pupils shrank slightly. This is really. It seems that the magic technology of the Hand of War is indeed superior to mine in many aspects. Intelligent brain, record and analyze the floating magic pool in front of you. The entire floating magic pool in front of you is made of summoning stones from the plane of round heaven and square earth. Summoning stones naturally have the ability to absorb other people's evil thoughts and form them into energy, and summoners turn this energy into fantasy beasts. But Victor used the magic technology of the Hand of War to make the summoning stone into a floating magic pool, and a magic core continuously released energy to supply energy to the battlefield Spear Wizard Tower. But what Sunan couldn't understand was why the magic pool made of this summoning stone could continuously generate magic. Sunan began to observe. I understand. He placed 3 second ring fantasy beast slates at the bottom of the magic pool. I was wondering why the 7th level fantasy beast slates in the Zuanwu temple were missing. But this is also flawed. The power contained in the 3 fantasy beast slates is also limited, so he must have just used this magic pool as a disposable item. Intelligent brain, record the Hand of War magic runes used in this magic pool. These runes are very useful to me at the moment and can quickly improve my magic enchantment level and improve my wizard tower construction level. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338 Abnormal Evil Thoughts Gathering. In the following week, in addition to adjusting the second level spells, Sunan was studying the Warlance Wizard Tower and dismantling the magic technology in it. At the same time, Sunan also pardoned the guilt of many people in the capital of the Werewolf Empire for their poor guarding that day. The reason was that after all, the assassination was designed by the wizards, and with their abilities, they certainly could not stop it. In fact, in essence, the assassination once again strengthened the natives of the Xianyandifang Plain to worship the power of wizards. The power of wizards has proved to them again and again that it is indeed superior to that of summoners. On the field of the competition, the summoner genius Alfred also lost confidence as he lost 7 times in a week, and each time he was defeated faster. He seemed to feel that no matter how he adjusted his summon beast Lanoop, he could not threaten Warwick and Blom. Even if the entire summoner system had opened up all its resources to him and let him summon any fantasy beast god at will, the result would be the same. In the sky above the void plane, Sunan spent a week adjusting the spell model of the brown force field to the level of the second ring and turned the brown force field into a second ring brown force field shield. In this way, the brown force field will not be limited to an invisible defense layer. The second ring brown force field shield can be transformed into a shield of any shape and even appear on Mario's fist and Alexander's gravity knife. forming a special shield shape. The defensive force field of the second ring brown force field shield has also been greatly improved. It has 3 second ring defenses: energy shell, spell shield and anti-force shield, each of which is second ring level and can be switched in a very short time according to irregular rules. And it can be charged with magic potions. The previous 50 times the first ring brown force field requires more than 15 bottles of 4 times sublimation consumable magic potions, or more than 30 bottles of 3 times sublimation consumable magic potions, to charge the brown shield every week, to maintain it at its peak. At present, his second ring brown force field shield needs to consume 7 bottles of 6 times sublimation consumable potions, or 15 bottles of 5 times sublimation potions, or 30 bottles of 4 times sublimation potions, to maintain the strength of the 5-fold second ring wizard's minimum permanent defense force field. However, for Sunan now, the 4 times sublimation potion, such as the actual whirlpool potions, can be easily refined, so he directly refined 30 bottles and directly maintained this permanent defense force field at 5 times the strength. In general, this defensive magic should still be excellent among the second ring spells. However, after all, it is only upgraded from the first ring magic, so it lacks some stamina and is not as good as it was in the first ring. Sunan plans to create new and better defensive magic when he has enough experience in the future. Sunan has already recorded and analyzed the runes on the Warlance Wizard Tower and the simple floating magic pool. The intelligent computer even reversed some runes of the Hand of War and raised the runes of the Warlance mastered by Sunan to 21. Most of the runes of the Hand of War mean killing, toughness and so on. This system of runes is very effective in increasing melee ability. Sunan plans to use this kind of runes in his own wizard tower, at least before he creates his own system of runes. In this way, the close-range attack capabilities of Alexander, Kagai and Merio can be strengthened. Although the magnitude is not large, this is accumulation. As time goes by, the Sacrifice Stone Wizard Tower will gradually become more powerful in this strengthening. Sunan continued to study the floating magic pool in the Wizard Tower. This method of using summoning stones to make magic pools is particularly inspiring to me. After all, I have no shortage of summoning stones. There are as many as you want over at Long Mountain. It seems something happened. Sunan felt the painful emotions that Warwick emitted in the wolf pack effect, but for some reason, Warwick did not contact him in the wolf pack effect. Sunan directly used the wolf pack effect to talk to him in the void above the plane. "Mr. Warwick, what happened to you?" Warwick responded in the wolf pack effect. "Nothing. Blom responded directly in the wolf pack effect. "Master, come back soon. Mr. Warwick is in trouble." When he accepted the challenge of the young summoner Alfred, I don't know what Alfred did. His own spells seemed to be out of control, and he and Mr. Warwick were hit at the same time. "I want to kill that Alfred." "Forget it, that's too troublesome. He has already been hit." Warwick said in the wolf pack effect. "Mr. Blom, didn't I tell you not to cause trouble for the young master? And I can solve this kind of thing myself." The next moment, Sunan directly used the Nit reversal spell to return from the void to the shiny Andifang plane. As the magic emperor here, Sunan felt that the entire plane was welcoming his return. The special magic structure in the plane bound the magic tide of the entire plane. Sunan also stood in the audience and saw what happened at the competition venue. At this time, many of the spectators around him began to panic. They began to realize that something bad had happened. At the same time, in the competition venue, Alfred looked sluggish. His soul was tied to a dirty, sticky black hand like gasoline. At the same time, this black hand, by consuming his soul power, turned into a black smoke that rushed into the sky. The black smoke rushed into Warwick's mouth and nose, entered Warwick's body, and caused damage to Warwick. Sunan frowned. Of course, he cared about Warwick's life. This was an existence that he regarded as a family member. But on the other hand, the werewolf's immortality ability was not fake. And from the beginning, letting the whole world hold a competition was to allow the werewolves to be hurt and to better digest magic. However, the ability of the fantasy beast god used by Alfred was indeed very special. Blom rushed to Sunan's side, and even Vasily came over. Blom stood in the audience and asked Sunan, "My master, can you see what tricks the other party used to make Mr. Warwick suffer?" "Really? If it's a matter of hard power, Mr. Warwick can kill him with just one finger. Vasily said briefly, on the battlefield, as long as you can win, it doesn't matter what means you use. Blom spread his hands. But the black fog seems to be killing himself. He is basically creating a force that he can't control and wants to die with us. But I don't think there is much hope. Sunan remained silent because he was observing. That should still be a fantasy beast god. And it's the highest level of the 7th level fantasy beast god. It's just that the black mist hand seems to be able to only absorb people's souls and transform them into his own power. Now he should want to change a host. After all, Mr. Warwick's soul is incomparable to Alfred's soul. Sunan said, this kind of medium-sized plane has some unique products in history. This is one of the meanings of my hosting this competition. Instead of letting them sabotage in secret, it's better to let these monsters appear at once and solve them all at once. Alfred, that kid, was used by someone. Sunan glanced at the arcane super intuition ring on his middle finger, and the ring was flashing with spiritual light. Read the error-free version at 69 Bookbar. 69 Bookbar publishes a novel for the first time. Liujiu Bookbar reads from the observation of Spellora that Black Mist Hand is also a gathering of evil thoughts. All fantasy beasts and fantasy beast gods are essentially gatherings of evil thoughts. But the evil thoughts gathered by that Black Mist Hand seem to be far beyond ordinary evil thoughts. Therefore, a critical reaction is produced, causing it to extract the surrounding souls, forcibly absorbing the evil thoughts of the surrounding souls, and turning them into its own power. Sunan said, so this place has become its stage. Because there are tens of thousands of spectators here, plus the 3 of us, it can of course absorb powerful power and even suppress Warwick in turn. Blom was surprised. My master, it can actually absorb our power. Sunan nodded. That's nothing strange. It's normal for a plane of this size to have some anomalies. Vasilian said, then master, what should we do? Sunan looked down at Warwick in the dual field and raised his eyebrows and said, as expected of Mr. Warwick. Mr. Warwick's talent is improving. At the same time, he is digesting the potion. This accident has become an opportunity for him. In the game, Warwick gritted his teeth and walked towards Alfred despite the damage caused by the black mist. Alfred was already unable to control himself at this moment. Only then did he realize that the mysterious summoner organization that came to him yesterday had bad intentions. They deceived him and wanted to use him as a weapon to perish together with the high-level werewolves. Alfred was unwilling to die like this, but his consciousness was becoming more and more confused. His pupils had dilated, and black mist continued to spew out from his open mouth. Warwick slapped him on the shoulder. Child, don't sleep. Alfred's mind recovered a little. He looked at the werewolf who walked directly in front of him, slightly surprised. Warwick looked at him and said, listen, I don't care whether you live or die, but you have been watched by my master, so I will not let you die until my master clearly shows that he is not interested in you. You are in a very dangerous situation now. You were used by someone to launch a suicide attack on me. But even so, I will be fine, just a little injured, but you are dead. Alfred showed him a puzzled and confused look. So now the summoner wants him to die, and the wizard wants him to live? Could it be that wizards are really the future? But can he still have a future? If he wants to have a future, shouldn't he embrace the profession of wizard earlier? Warwick showed a cold smile. I won't let anyone destroy anything that my master cares about. Anything. Now you must stay focused and don't give up hope. Then, Warwick said, that thing is binding your soul. You should have learned the introductory meditation method of potion learning before. Now you can use that meditation method in your sea of consciousness, and I will help you swallow that thing. Before I eat that thing, you can use meditation to save your life. The next moment, Warwick opened his wolf mouth and launched the plundering bite. At the same time, his hair began to gradually turn golden, and the golden hunter chain began to emerge on his left hand. In the plundering bite, the abnormal evil thought aggregate, the black mist hand, was constantly swallowed and bitten by Warwick. When Warwick swallowed the black mist hand and transformed into a golden werewolf hunter, his power characteristics actually changed. Because the golden werewolf hunters borrowed the golden black magic system, they have the ability to be well compatible with other power systems. Chapter 339 The Birth of the Evil Werewolf. In the competition venue, the audience watched this scene in amazement. Many people who were closer heard what happened, so they also passed the news to the audience seats farther away. At this time, after so many days of wizards accepting challenges from summoners all over the world, most of the audience have begun to have a good impression of more powerful wizards. At this moment, even many audiences have begun to dislike the mysterious summoner group that used bad means, and become very angry. Those d-head summoners kept telling the audience that not all summoners are like that. They also condemned the summoner organization that designed this drama of mutual destruction and felt disgusted with them. But it was useless. The best way to destroy the morale of the army is to send some crazy people to mix into the opponent's team and ruin the opponent's reputation. And now Sunan, without even using this little trick, there is a crazy summoner organization that did this on its own. And Alfred in the competition venue was confused, and of course he knew the introductory meditation method of potion learning. When Sunan was generous enough to spread this meditation method all over the world in this plane, he was the first to see it. Because he was a summoner genius, he certainly had to work hard to understand the enemy at that time. As a result, after he finished reading it, he repeatedly read the meditation method that day and found dozens of advantages that summoners had over wizards. Under the tinted glasses, whatever he saw was to make the results he observed more inclined to the conclusions he had originally preset in his heart. Therefore, he was full of confidence in the summoner system. But at this moment, Warwick asked him to use the meditation method. He hesitated, and then he started to use the introductory meditation method of potion science for the first time in order to survive, and the result was out of control. His original wizard qualifications were very good. At this moment, he only felt that there seemed to be countless energies in the air, which injected into his soul and replenished his energy consumption. He had never felt so relaxed. His soul had never felt so good. It's great. It's wonderful. Alfred thought back and looked at the introductory meditation method of potion learning. He felt that there were exquisite words everywhere and full of wisdom everywhere, which was completely different from his previous view. Could it be that the same person, in a short period of time, looking at the same thing with different moods, the results could be so different? In reality, after Warwick devoured most of the body of the abnormal evil thoughts, he felt that his own physique had changed in some way. Warwick felt that he could also absorb the evil thoughts of the audience around him. All the evil thoughts were converging towards him, but his magic pressure shell at this moment had broken through the limit of 600 and was constantly improving. Under Sunan's attention, his magic pressure shell had reached 630. Therefore, although Warwick absorbed this evil thought and strengthened his magic pressure, these evil thoughts would have polluted his soul. But the problem was that the werewolf gave up the magic pressure and used all the magic pressure to improve his body functions. Therefore, although Warwick gained the ability to absorb evil thoughts, he was different from the Hand of Black Fog. He was not wrapped by evil thoughts and his personality was changed by evil thoughts. After Warwick finished absorbing the Hand of Black Mist, he suddenly found that he could transform the evil thoughts in the hearts of the audience around him into evil coins, store them, or directly take them into his body to strengthen himself. As soon as he raised his hand, the evil coins fell to the ground. Warwick picked them up and checked them. At the same time, Alfred had fainted on the ground. If it weren't for the meditation method, he would definitely be dead now. But because of the meditation method, he is still alive now. The members of the mysterious summoner organization hidden in the audience stand were all looking at this scene in amazement, and they discussed it secretly in private. How is it possible? As long as the evil god appears, it will definitely take away lives. Why hasn't anyone died yet? Can that evil god be defeated? Won't the evil god drain the host and then choose the next host? As long as you are parasitized by the evil god, it means that there is absolutely no way to survive. Why did Alfred just faint, and the werewolf wizard over there didn't have any problem? It seems that he even ate the evil god. Is this the power of wizards? The next moment, Blom, who heard their secret whispers, immediately turned into a werewolf hunter, rushed over, and grabbed these people out of the audience one by one. Some people have already recognized that these summoners are members of the summoner organization, which was originally notorious on this continent. At this moment, they are naturally being chased and beaten by everyone. Sunan entered the competition venue, checked Warwick's body, and then said, "The special fantasy beast god just now must parasitize in the soul of others in order to survive, so it has a tendency to merge with others. It's just that your soul strength magic power and the combined power of the plundering mouth you launched far exceed it. So it was devoured by you in the process of parasitizing your soul, and the golden blood in your body reacted and accepted its power characteristics. So you have the ability to absorb the evil thoughts around you, and the ability to turn evil thoughts into coins and store them. This should be considered a coincidence. Even if the matter is repeated once, it may not be such a coincidence." Sunan raised his eyebrows. "Mr. Warwick, if this is the case, you should carry a large bag of coins to fight others in the future." Warwick was a little confused. "That's too rude." Sunan smiled and said, "I'm kidding. I'll make a storage ring for you." Second ring wizards are already capable of using the power of the plane to make small storage rings. The raw materials are natural plane subspaces. This medium-sized plane still has some natural subspaces. It's just that compared to the main material plane, it's very rare. But I'm the emperor of the werewolf empire now. Therefore, as long as I mobilize my manpower and find the existing resources in this plane, it's just a matter of an order. Warwick saluted Sunan. "Okay, thank you, young master. This time, I'm sorry to trouble you. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book 1 bar publishes a novel for the first time." Sunan looked behind him, at the audience on the stand, condemning the summoner organization, and smiled. "Not really. After this, the reputation of summoners will be completely tarnished." In the audience, many dead summoners looked at this scene dejectedly. They were desperate, and then they began to think that perhaps the elimination of summoners was an inevitable result of the times. In the competition venue, Warwick pointed at Alfred and said, "Young master, what should we do with this man? Should we order the soldiers to arrest him and put him in jail?" Sunan stood in front of Alfred, with the corners of his mouth raised, shaking his head slightly. He felt that Alfred was already a first-class wizard apprentice at this moment. It should be the previous accident that allowed him to have an adventure. He really has wizard talent. Sunan will never interfere with his choice, because his talent will allow fate to lead him to himself. He has learned the introductory meditation method of potion learning. For such a person, potion learning will be everything to him, just as he thought before that the summoner system was everything to him. Sunan waved his hand. "Fate has sent him to me. I think I can verify and compare my potion science with him. Don't worry about him. To make mistakes is the privilege of young people." Warwick smiled and said, "But you are much younger than him." Sunan put his hands behind his back and left. "I'm an exception. My destiny is controlled only by myself. Mr. Warwick, come to my laboratory every day in the future. I will check your body, draw your blood, and observe whether there are any defects in this fusion. But generally speaking, I think this should be the kind of good thing that does happen by chance." Chapter 340, The School of Potions and the Werewolf Empire Wizarding Organization. Another month had passed since he became the emperor of the Werewolf Empire. At that time, Sunan had completely stabilized the level of a second ring wizard. First of all, the defense field had been completely replaced, and the runes of the Hand of War had been engraved inside Merio and Gagi. Sunan also figured out how to use summoning stones to make a perfect floating magic pool. As long as a large number of summoning stones and a 7th level summoning slate are used, a perfect floating magic pool can be made. The energy replenishment comes from the full development of the power inside the 7th level summoning slate. After carefully studying the summoner system, Sunan believed that, as long as the power of the fantasy beast god is fully developed, this can indeed be achieved. It's just that these fantasy beast god magic pools are not as sufficient as the black hole magic pool in terms of energy. But it's still possible to make a simple second ring wizard tower. At the same time, Sunan's mental power has also increased to 660 within this month, but after digesting all his accumulation, his mental power has become very slow. This means that Sunan must develop new potions to improve mental power, or return to the main material plane, and continue to hunt high star warlocks. Sunan didn't mind going back. With his current ability, he could just charge into the palace, and he could also capture a few 5-star and 6-star sorcerers to make medicine. Moreover, he could avenge the death of the original and the injury to himself. At the same time, he adjusted his spells and mental power in this month, and his magic power was also adjusted. Sunan felt that, if he fought with himself a month ago, he would probably win. At that time, the Werewolf Empire's alchemy school had also been successfully opened. At the beginning, the number of students in the alchemy school reached an astonishing 2,000. However, Sunan went there twice in the first week of school. At other times, he threw them a bunch of introductory books on alchemy that he wrote, and asked them to start practicing. Now every student in the alchemy school has a crucible, and the first potion is the most common potion for enhancing mental strength. That was the first potion that Sunan had ever made in his life. It was the beginning of everything. It is also a potion that ordinary people can prepare. The most important thing is that these potions can improve the mental power of these apprentices, accelerate their learning of meditation. Sunan will eventually find suitable people from the 2,000 wizard apprentices, keep them in the school, and re-employ them as teachers in the wizard school. In this way, the entire school of magic potion will operate in a benign manner, and the Werewolf Empire can continuously send people with wizard talents to this school. The School of Magic Potion is a cluster of cities outside the inner city of the original Phoenix Temple headquarters, now the capital of the Werewolf Empire, and now they have all been transformed into schools. The school is divided into 100 classes, each with 100 people, and the number of classes will increase in the future. The 7 great priests will organize monthly assessments according to Sunan's requirements, and those with higher rankings will enter the top ranked classes and enjoy the most resources. At that time, when Sunan passed by class 1, he saw a group of young former priests in class 1 refining mental power enhancement potions. Sunan stood at the door and saw a former young priest, now wizard apprentice, suddenly raised his hands and said excitedly, "I succeeded. I succeeded in refining the spirit power enhancement +1 potion." A group of apprentices gathered around him to learn from him. "How did you do it? Your progress is too fast. Tell me if there is a secret. Why is it that every time we refine the spirit power enhancement +1 potion, it is either burnt or exploded?" The apprentice wiped his nose. Secret. Thank you, Teacher Sunan Peter. He is the one who brought potion science to our world and the pioneer of new potion science. Sunan glanced at him, didn't say much, and left directly. This guy has good talent. But in the whole world, among the population of 20 million, there will definitely be more and more geniuses. Only when the people in this plane become powerful can he obtain more resources. All the students of the School of Magic Potion have signed a magic contract with him. First of all, after they entered the school, they are all his apprentices. It's just that I took in a little more apprentices at a time, 2,000 people, and I plan to train students in a systematic and large-scale manner. Secondly, after graduation, they have to work for me for 7 years. After 7 years, they can leave the academy and develop outside, but they still have to remain loyal to the Magic Emperor Sunan Peter and provide some necessary consumable potion services during wartime. At the same time, after graduating from the academy, they have to join the Werewolf Empire Wizard Organization of Magic Emperor Sunan Peter and become a member of the Werewolf Empire Wizard Organization and cannot join other wizard organizations. If there is betrayal, hunt and kill. The magic wizards in this world have become stronger, which has 2 benefits for me. First, I can get a lot of magic potions, such as letting students in this plane refine a lot of fire demons' wrath for me in the future. Second, I can verify the magic of potions. Only the magic path learned by a large number of wizards can be called a magic system. Sunan felt that perhaps in the future, when he breaks through a certain level of wizards, he will need to use the magic information obtained by these wizard apprentices. When Sunan passed by the building of class 97, he suddenly stopped and looked at the students in class 97 who were refining potions. The wizard apprentices in this class were also working hard in front of the crucible, but they were just refining ordinary mental power strengthening potions. However, Sunan saw that there was someone he knew in class 97, and it was Alfred. He ranked so low, probably because he had just joined the School of Alchemy. It seemed that he had thought it through and gave up the summoner system. to join his own system of wizards in potion studies. In the room of class 97, Alfred put all the materials into the crucible very carefully, and then 1 minute before the potion was refined, Sunan confirmed that his potion had been successfully refined this time. 1 minute later, Alfred could hardly hold back the corners of his mouth. It is said in Teacher Sunan's magic book that people with mediocre talents need to practice hundreds of times before they can successfully refine a spiritual power strengthening potion. But I only failed twice and succeeded. I'm still a genius. I'm a genius wherever I go. I should have changed my career earlier. Now I'm in class 97, staying with a group of idiots. If I could get direct instruction from Teacher Sunan Peter, how fast would I improve? To do this, I must attract the attention of Teacher Sunan. Just when Alfred was daydreaming, a fat classmate next to him saw that he had successfully refined the potion, and immediately his eyes showed envy and admiration, and then he began to ask Alfred for advice. Alfred's nightmare began. He pointed at the fat man's crucible and said, "Doesn't the book say that, before putting the ginseng into the crucible, you should remove all the skin of the ginseng? Why don't you do that?" The fat man. There is also this sentence. Read the error-free version at 69 Book Bar. 69 Book Bar publishes a novel for the first time. The next moment, the crucible exploded. Alfred, who was covered in dust, looked at the burning coals under the crucible and said angrily, "Didn't they say that the fire can't be too big, otherwise it will cause magic shock and explode?" The little fat man immediately flipped through the book. Wow, there is really this sentence in the book. Alfred, you are amazing. How come you can remember everything written in the book? Alfred couldn't help asking, how did you become a wizard apprentice? Aren't there supposed to be smart wizard apprentices here? The little fat man touched his head. But this is class 97. We are just some people who can barely learn meditation. Smart people will soon be promoted in the next end of month assessment. Alfred suddenly remained silent. Sunan, who used magic pressure to shield his existence, couldn't help laughing when he saw this scene. Sunan began to think. Some wizards are born unable to learn potions. It is impossible for them to make potions. It seems that we must think about it. These wizards must have no talent for potion making. Transform into werewolves and vampires. But they may not be good at physical combat. Or, in my werewolf plane, some ordinary wizards can be allowed to exist. Sunan thought about it. Some things are unknown until you do them. Once you do them, you will know that there will be many invisible troubles. Sunan summoned the werewolf priest of the former bull demon temple in this academy and the wolf pack effect. At this time, the werewolf priest almost ran at a sprint speed, crossed countless corridors and stairs, and came to Sunan. Then, with a slight panting sound, he bowed to Sunan. "My master, thank you for summoning me." Sunan threw him a scroll. The priest looked down and found that it said, "Mental Power Enhancement +4 Formula." Sunan said, "Hang this at the entrance of the academy so that all apprentices can see it. Within 6 months of enrollment, whoever can refine a portion of this potion will be able to receive my direct guidance." The former high priest Liam Carson of the Bull Demon Temple immediately said, "My master, young people today are so lucky. I also want to get your guidance." He looked at Sunan in fear, because Sunan had just glanced at him, and just one glance scared him so much that he dared not speak nonsense. High Priest Liam Carson said, "It is so lucky to get your guidance. I wonder which lucky person can complete the challenging task you have given them within 6 months." Sunan nodded. This is actually tailor-made for Alfred, a talented person. The Mental Strength Enhancement +4 potion is a triple sublimation potion. Only those who have become first-class wizard apprentices can have the mana to refine it. In other words, being able to refine this potion itself means that he has a strong wizard talent. Sunan said to Liam Carson, "This is a long-term mission. From now on, every new student who has been enrolled for 6 months can take this mission." "Okay, I'm busy." High Priest Liam Carson immediately bowed to Sunan. At the school gate of the School of Alchemy, which was decorated with a potion bottle pattern, Sunan saw a large group of wizard apprentices. Looking at the mission notice posted by High Priest Liam Carson on the building at the school gate, these wizard apprentices discussed one by one. Mental Power Enhancement +4 potion? I've been here for half a month, and I haven't been able to successfully refine an ordinary mental power enhancement potion. Is the gap between people so big? Of course. The gap between the classes, ranked at the top, and the classes behind us is getting bigger and bigger. After a while, only powerful wizard apprentices can be in the front class, and it will be more and more difficult to change classes in the future. What class do you think can complete the bounty task assigned to us by the teacher? Probably classes 1, 2, 3. Chapter 341, Pen Pal from the Starry Sea. In the arena of the Werewolf Empire's capital, Blom and Warwick, who have both become golden werewolf hunters, are fighting. Because both sides are second-ring level werewolves, the whole battle is at super high speed. When the two sides fight, all you can see are phantoms in the air, and mortal eyes can't keep up with the speed of werewolves. Warwick holds Blom's hands, and the two sides are competing in pure strength. A large amount of magic energy gathers in their bodies, which is the magic blood charging. Warwick smiled and said, "Mr. Blom, because I can gather evil thoughts, so the physical function must be in your body forever. If you want to defeat me, you have to think of other ways." Blom took the initiative to use the hunter mask and use the abyss mesh progressive transformation to transform himself into a werewolf vampire hybrid, so as to gain strength and break his hands away from Warwick's hands. "I'm so envious. You are as strong as a monster now, Mr. Warwick." He jumped back and waved his hand. "No more fighting, no more fighting. This warm-up is just right. If we continue, we will be in real trouble." Warwick changed back to human form, and the 7 werewolf priests who were watching the battle immediately brought him a clean and tidy suit. Just now, the werewolf priests were so shocked that their eyes went straight. Even if they opened their eyes wide and tried their best, they could hardly catch the figures of the 2 golden werewolf hunters, and even saw the after images. It was like a battle in another dimension. They were very sure that with their original summoner power, if they fought against the 2 werewolf hunters, the battle would probably end in a few seconds, because the werewolves were too fast and too powerful. Moreover, what happened just now could only be regarded as a warm-up. In that battle, Lord Blom turned into a more terrifying existence at the end, and even had a pair of claws and wings on his back, and it also made all the shadow werewolf priests feel fear from the heart. It can be seen that Lord Blom and Lord Warwick were indeed holding back, and did not fight with all their strength. The 7 high priests also wanted this terrifying power. They looked at Sunan with more fear and fanaticism. "Can you become so powerful by following Master Sunan?" Blom walked to Sunan and said to him, "I feel that I'm the weakest among the human-shaped werewolves now." Sunan reminded him, "There are also Pera and the high priests. In fact, there is a bottom." Blom laughed. That's right. But it doesn't matter whether there is a bottom or not. I just complained a little. If I fought with Alfred, maybe I would be the werewolf who got the desire collection ability." Warwick said, "Mr. Blom, you don't have the predatory bite. I think your assumption doesn't make much sense." Blom shrugged and sighed exaggeratedly. Warwick said to Sunan, "Young master, I just received a report from the priests. The wizard Drizzt, who was captured by you and tortured to get a lot of magic heritage, is now in the cell and expressed his wish to be loyal to you." Warwick said, "How will you deal with him?" Sunan walked around the martial arts arena, followed by 2 golden werewolf hunters and 7 werewolf priests. Sunan said to Warwick, "Mr. Warwick, if you were me, how would you deal with him?" Warwick said, "How could I be the young master? But from my point of view, the person who assassinated the young master should not be allowed to live." Sunan thought about it and nodded. "Then I respect your idea." Warwick was delighted. The 7 werewolf priests looked at Warwick with a little horror. They didn't expect that Warwick, who was usually gentle and seemed to be the easiest to talk to, was actually the most cruel person. Sunan said, "But there is no need to kill him. I want to conduct a void travel experiment, so a first ring wizard is the best experiment." The werewolf plane has now been initially transformed into its own plane, and the potential dangers have almost been eliminated. The School of Alchemy has also been opened, and the system of controlling the world with the werewolf high priest has been basically completed. But the problem is that the transportation problem has not been solved. Even if the second ring wizard tower is used, Sunan must use precise control to return to the golden plane in more than a day. In this process, even in his current team, no one can replace him, because void navigation is very dangerous and requires a lot of experience. Sunan wants to create some kind of teleportation array. Although it is almost impossible to build a teleportation array into unrelated planes at such an extremely long distance in the void, it is possible to build a teleportation array between the satellite small plane and the werewolf plane. It just needs to be constantly experimented, so that the intelligent brain can figure out the construction method of the teleportation array. Sunan used the Nit reversal spell to directly leave the ground of the werewolf plane and come to the body of Kagui in the void. At that time, Kagui said to Sunan, "Master, look, this is the anomaly I observed in the void." Sunan raised his eyebrows. He stood on the black hole floating magic pool inside Kagui. Through Kagui's eyes, he saw a letter in the near-Earth orbit of the werewolf plane. Sunan looked at the letter in surprise, which was like void garbage, floating in the near-Earth orbit of the werewolf plane. The error-free version is read in 69 book bar. 69 book bar first publishes a novel. 69 book bar read there is a magical glow on the letter. But can ordinary magic really withstand the destruction of the invisible energy fluctuations in the void? Sunan asked Kagui to drive to that place, then grabbed the letter and send it to him. Sunan looked at the letter on the ground, but did not touch it immediately. Instead, he checked it and saw that the letter was only half, and the lower half had been cut off. He did not know where the upper half of the envelope was. There was a line of words written on the letter. "This is a letter from the Star Domain Sea Wizard. One of my respectable elders told me that when I'm under too much pressure, I can write what I want to say on this letter and then throw the remaining half of the letter into the void. The letter will deliver my letter to the destined person." I was skeptical, but I was under too much pressure, so I bought a letter like this and then I sent it out. No matter who saw it, at least I would feel better if I wrote it down. I may really not have the talent for blessing magic. No matter how I study, I'm not as good as others. My parents are both masters of blessing magic, but I can't do anything. Am I really their child? Today I disappointed them again. They smiled and encouraged me, but I only saw irony. My distant friend, have you ever had the experience of not being able to succeed, no matter what you do? Sunan raised his eyebrows. This letter was not important, but the information contained in this letter was too real. First of all, since he could come across this letter by chance here, it proved that the Star Domain Sea was not as far away from the werewolf plane as he imagined. This letter should have drifted over from the Star Domain Sea by chance. Maybe there is a special void phenomenon between the two, which can shorten the distance from the Star Domain Sea to here. But the Hand of War should not have discovered this void phenomenon, and this void phenomenon is only suspected by Sunan. Secondly, the existence of this letter is enough to say that the civilization level of the wizard civilization branch of the Star Domain Sea is far superior to the wizard society of the underground world and the wizard society composed of the Forgotten. This letter contains special protective magic, which is why it can be protected from destruction by void energy. Finally, after reading the wizard's distress written in the letter, Sunan thought she should be a wizard of the blessing magic subdirection of the spell school, and her family is all wizards, and all of them are blessing wizards. And she should be a female wizard. Sunan began to think about how to use such a drifting letter. According to the letter, as long as he writes words on this letter, the same words will appear on the other half of the drifting letter. The two can communicate through this drifting letter. Sunan thinks that this is simply a form of pen pals. Sunan thought about it and felt that he might as well give it a try. Anyway, he would not lose anything. It would be great if he could know more information about the Star Domain Sea and obtain the relevant advanced technology over there. Sunan stretched out his finger and outlined the words on the drifting letter with magic power. "Hello, Miss Wizard from another world. It's nice to see your letter. Each of us has our own special talents. Therefore, there is no need to be sad about not having talents in a certain aspect. Maybe you will be very talented in other aspects." Chapter 342 A transaction 4 light years away. In the Star Domain Sea, on the planet of the 100 Flowers plane, Connie O'Brien was bored in her rose room, holding her chin in a daze. The 100 Flowers plane has the most abundant rose plants, and the surface of the planet is covered with flowers. The white magic energy of this planet is extremely powerful, and the black magic power will be suppressed. Therefore, 99% of the wizards in this 100 flowers planet plane are white wizards. But sitting by the window of the rose room, looking at the bright sunlight of the star domain sea outside the window, Connie was not very happy. Because just now, she once again showed in front of her family that she was not good at family magic at all. Her blessing magic was not even as good as her sister who was 5 years younger than her. She was ridiculed for this. She heard that in another room of the rose room, her parents, who were second ring wizards, were asking their genius sister not to say any blessing magic in front of them, so as not to stimulate her sister's self-esteem. Connie O'Brien's eyes were red. Damn it. Why? Children born to the same parents, but with such a big difference in talent. If that's the case, why did she have to be born? Obviously her parents only wanted her sister as a child. Wasn't that enough? Connie herself didn't realize that when she thought about it, her white magic power actually began to degenerate and turned into the evil magic power of a black wizard. However, Connie accidentally knocked over a stack of books on her desk. She was startled and quickly bent down to pick up the magic books. But the next moment, Connie was surprised to see that the half-page drifting letter that she had thrown into the void half a year ago actually had a reply. After reading it, she suddenly felt warm in her heart. Her parents and relatives actually couldn't understand her. In the O'Brien family, the talent for blessing magic can determine whether a person has a talent for wizards. Because the O'Brien family, as a blessing magic family, attaches too much importance to magic in this direction. Their bloodline has even been blessed by more than one second ring wizard, and even a third ring wizard. Therefore, as long as they learn blessing magic, they will make rapid progress, and even the power of blessing magic will be much stronger than that of ordinary wizards. This is not the power of blood based on blood. It is a strong blessing based on blood, blessing the entire blood chain. By constantly blessing a family, it can even turn this family into an extraordinary family. Even if it is just an ordinary person, they will have a blessing magic talent far beyond others. But Connie is the victim of this family. Because sometimes it is like this, as a family bloodline that has been amplified by so many blessing magics, sometimes some offspring who are completely insulated from blessing magic will be born. Connie scanned the sentence on the letter that encouraged her to find talents in other aspects. She felt warm in her heart and immediately wrote on it, I like curse magic very much, but my family are all white wizards. I dare not tell them about my talent, and I can't find a meditation method related to curse magic around me. Can you give me a meditation method related to curse magic? Connie O'Brien stared at the drifting letter nervously. After she finished writing, she realized that her behavior was really abrupt. The other party should be just a stranger. Why did he give her the precious meditation method without even seeing her once? But the next moment, Connie's pupils suddenly shrank. Because the letter replied a few words okay. However, any request between wizards can only be obtained through transactions. We can make a deal. I will give you a meditation method for the curse magic system. What do you want to exchange for it? Connie O'Brien frowned. If the other party agreed, that would be great. This may be the only time in her life that she can get in touch with a magic system other than blessing magic. In the bedroom of the rose flower room, Connie began to rummage through the boxes, looking for something she could use for exchange. She pushed her bed open, revealing the box under the bed. She opened her box and began to look for valuable things in it. First of all, they can only communicate through drifting letters now. Therefore, the things she uses for trading must not be physical objects, but only some kind of information. I'm just a second-class wizard apprentice. Connie smiled bitterly. My sister has already become a first-ring wizard. I'm really ashamed to my family. I don't have anything valuable, but every year on my birthday, my second-ring wizard relatives will give me many gifts. Let me think about what things can be used for exchange. The error-free version is available at 69 Book Bar. 69 Book Bar publishes a novel for the first time. 69 Book Bar reads, she suddenly saw a pink shell in the box, and then she took the pink shell and ran to the drifting letter, writing a letter. Dear stranger, can I exchange the spell model for the meditation method? I have one. My mother gave me a portal spell model of the star domain sea specialty on my 10th birthday, a second ring sunflower boat spell model. This is a spell invented by my mother herself, so even if I give it to you, you won't get into any trouble." Connie sat on the ground, waiting anxiously. After a while, she saw that all the original handwriting on the letter disappeared, and then a line of words appeared on the blank letter. "Okay, but I can only write you a set of golden head meditation methods that I know through this drifting letter. Because I'm far away from you. You'd better write it down there, otherwise I'm afraid you will mess up the order and make mistakes in some parts. If you have any questions about this meditation method in the future, you can ask me and communicate with me through this drifting letter. But every time you ask me a question, it is considered part of the transaction and you need to pay a price." Connie O'Brien was stunned for a moment, frowned and said, "A very far place. How far is it? Is he on the other side of the star domain sea, billions of kilometers away from me?" Connie didn't expect that she was now talking to a wizard emperor who was far away from the star domain sea and several light years away. "Forget it. It's great that we don't have to trade offline. If my family knew that I wanted to learn cursed magic, they would have to put me under house arrest." Above the void of the werewolf plane, inside Gaggy, Sunan raised his eyebrows. He looked at the sunflower boat spell written in elegant handwriting. This was a typical magic array for teleporting in the void, but this magic array just made up for the fact that he didn't have a good spell for teleporting in the void. And this sunflower boat spell has a part for absorbing and utilizing solar energy, which is very interesting. It can be used as a reference and put into the 7-time sublimation sunmark potion and vampire marquis potion that he is about to make. After making these 2 potions, he can return to Stormwind Castle and continue hunting warlocks. After all, he hasn't eaten high-star warlocks for a long time, and he actually misses them a little. Chapter 343, Void Nearby Teleportation Experiment. After receiving the Sunflower Boat spell from his pen pal who was extremely far away, Sunan began to study the spell in depth again. He stayed in seclusion in the capital of the Werewolf Empire for a week, and kept issuing orders to collect materials for building the Sunflower Boat spell. In essence, the Sunflower Boat spell is still a flying machine, but it is a plane teleporter set up between 2 portals. On the track laid between these portals, the Sunflower Boat can move at a speed of half the speed of light, so it can travel between the Golden Small Plane and the Werewolf world within a few hours. Next to the Emperor's Hall of the Werewolf Empire, Sunan built the Sunflower Boat transmission altar within a week. This altar was made of a large amount of volcanic rocks. The volcanic rocks were piled up into a circle of circular buildings. Inside the circular building, there are also flower patterns of 10 kinds of rose plants piled up with volcanic rocks as a magic array. This is essentially a blessing magic, borrowing the blessing magic of the sun. This is enough to show that this is a magic designed by a second ring wizard, or even a senior second ring wizard, with a lot of effort. Although Sunan could not confirm the identity of the pen pal, it can be seen that she should not be a second ring wizard, otherwise she would not have such worries, and she would not look down on the golden black magic system. So she should have some second ring wizard family members. This also shows that the magic level over there in the Star Domain Sea should be much higher than the Forsaken Society that remains in the main material plane. In the altar, a carriage flashing with golden sunlight appeared. Warwick and Blom threw Drizzt, whose hands and feet were tied with magic ropes, into it. Drizzt glared at Sunan, Blom and Warwick. However, his mouth was stuffed with a ball of cotton and tied up, so he could not say anything. He could only twist his body in vain in the float, made of golden sunlight, trying to get down. Sunan, Blom and others left the altar. Sunan said, "I have let the ancient tree of knowledge enter the golden plane. Next to the golden tree of the second ring wizard tower, I have built a corresponding teleportation altar, and it will respond. For the first void level teleportation, it is better to find a wizard captive like this to use. We can see what happens after the teleportation. This void level teleportation experiment is to weigh." Warwick and Blum both agreed with this. As a benefit, the werewolf priests can also watch the first void level teleportation portal set up in their werewolf plane. Blom said, "It's a pity that Mr. Vasilian has been staying at home for the past month, otherwise he could have come to see the excitement." Warwick smiled and said, "Mr. Vasilian probably doesn't like to see this kind of excitement. Ever since the young master helped him deduce the glacial sleep meditation method to the second ring, he has been studying that meditation method every day, wanting to become a second ring wizard on his own. Warwick looked at Sunan and said, "Young master, when I was fighting with the native summoners of this world in the past few months, I felt energy flowing in my body. I summarized the direction of the flow of these energies and found that my strength was actually enhanced according to the specific energy flow direction. I wonder if you can help me deduce the energy flow direction I summarized." Sunan looked at Warwick in surprise. It's not surprising that this situation occurred. After all, a second ring golden werewolf hunter may encounter situations that he can't even predict. The golden blood magic itself gives werewolves the possibility of mutation and gives them the ability to evolve on their own. Before, Warwick also swallowed the abnormal evil thought aggregate. Sunan nodded. "Okay, that's a good thing. Now everyone, get ready. I'm going to chant the spell and start teleporting. Ancient Tree of Knowledge, you also get ready and stay away from the altar. When teleporting is activated, the two altars themselves will explode with violent white magic explosions." Drizzt, who was in the sun chariot, looked at Sunan with hatred. However, he, who was bold and careful, suddenly realized a problem. This may be my best chance to escape. If I really teleport to another plane, there may be a chance of a turnaround. The next moment, as Sunan chanted the spell, a strong solar energy rushed into the sky and turned into a golden beam of light. Drizzt's face changed drastically because he suddenly realized that his body had an abnormally high temperature. The permanent defense field and magic power on his body had been sealed by Sunan, and at this moment, only a little magic power was protecting himself. Drizzt's face suddenly turned red, and he felt that there was a violent energy hitting him, which made him fall into an illusion that he would be burned to death in the next moment. The thought of escaping that had just arisen in his mind also disappeared. The next moment, his figure disappeared, and after half an hour, he appeared on the altar where the golden small plane was located. Sunan saw the dying Drizzt in the sunflower car through the sight of the ancient Tree of Knowledge. Sunan shared his sight with Warwick and Blom, and said, "Practice makes perfect. I found out before that this magic is not suitable for ordinary people. Use the sun to strengthen the blessing magic, and then teleport. During this teleportation process, the teleporter must withstand high temperatures. You also need to resist this high temperature at all times. It is simply equivalent to being in a continuous bombardment of high temperature magic close to the first ring for a long time. Only a first ring wizard in his prime can ride this teleportation array. In addition, when teleporting, it seems to disrupt the wizard's magic power. This phenomenon was discovered when doing experiments with Drizzt. Sunan immediately ordered the ancient Tree of Knowledge to recite the teleportation spell on the other side. Drizzt's face changed drastically in the sunflower car. He stared weakly at the ancient Tree of Knowledge in front of him, feeling like he was dying with his eyes open. The next moment, a column of solar energy rose from the altar again. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar publishes a novel for the first time. Read at 69 book bar half an hour later, and Sunan waited for Drizzt. Sunan didn't wait for the solar energy sparks in the altar to go out, and walked to Drizzt's side, and pressed the Milkard ring on his index finger on his shoulder. Then, he found that Drizzt's very chaotic mana had not improved much. It's a high-level entropy increase. Sunan thought. I noticed before that the second ring wizard still has a life limit, which is a kind of substance in the soul that I haven't discovered yet. Once it is consumed, the wizard will die. This shows that the second ring wizard only solves the low-level chaos of the permanent defense field, while entropy increase, or chaos, has a more complex structure. Just like the original death god wanted to use soul death to deal with him. And Sunan believes that the limit of the second ring wizard is also related to the soul death, or the complete disappearance of a necessary substance in the soul. So he will also pay some attention to this aspect recently. However, after all, this breakthrough is different from the previous one. Before, he had a deep accumulation, so he quickly stabilized the wizard level, but now he has just stabilized the wizard level. From the overall level, it is not yet the level of an ordinary second ring wizard. Therefore, most of Sunan's energy is still on stabilizing the level. After checking the half-dead Trist, Sunan confirmed one thing. The sunflower car teleportation array needs to be improved to reduce the cost of teleportation. Maybe there are still some problems when I set up this teleportation array, so it caused his mana confusion. This can be avoided, but no matter how it is adjusted, the high temperature during the teleportation process is inevitable. That is to say, only a first-ring wizard can take this teleportation array to leave this plane. Sunan thought about it. If you are not a first-ring wizard, you can only leave this plane by taking a second-ring wizard tower operated by a second-ring wizard. I'm afraid this is also true in the Star Sea. Warwick checked Drizzt and found that he had rolled his eyes and had foam at the corners of his mouth. My young master, he is still alive and should be able to do this kind of experiment a few more times. We should recycle the waste as soon as possible and complete the portal before he is no longer able to do it. Sunan nodded. That's true. We can't use our own people for experiments. Chapter 344 Blood of Dusk. Next, Sunan used Drizzt to conduct 3 experiments on the Sunfloat portal, and it took 4 days to adjust the portal. In this way, there will be no high-level entropy increase during the transmission. At the same time, Sunan spent another 3 days to conduct solar energy charging experiments on Drizzt. This was to prepare for the Vampire Marquis potion and the second ring Sunmark potion. After such a set of operations, Drizzt was almost consumed by Sunan. Sunan let Warwick deal with him casually, and he didn't care about such things. He would not easily forgive the person who assassinated him. Although Alfred was also used and wanted to die with Warwick, Sunan forgave him for 2 reasons. First, he himself didn't know the situation of the abnormal evil thought aggregate. Second, he had good talent and had the opportunity to go the path of potion learning. Although Drizzt had good talent, similar to Alfred, he had already studied the magic of the Hand of War in depth and was deeply bound to the Hand of War. In addition, he really needed a test subject to do these large-scale high-intensity experiments, so even if the 2 of them had the same fate, they had different destiny. In the laboratory of the Werewolf Temple, Sunan asked the intelligent brain to calculate, and finally confirmed that the main material needed for the Vampire Marquis potion was neither the more advanced wolf poison nor werewolf-related items, but 3 very rare bloods. Sunan looked at the list of 3 types of blood provided by the intelligent brain and fell into deep thought. 10 parts of blood of regret, 3 parts of blood of forgiveness, and 1 part of blood of kindness. Blood of regret. You must collect 400 milliliters of blood from 10 evil people when they sincerely repent and refine it into 1 drop of blood of regret. Blood of forgiveness. Collect 100 milliliters of blood from 3 people who have forgiven others and caused irreparable losses to themselves and refine it into 1 drop of blood of forgiveness. Blood of kindness. Collect 400 milliliters of blood from a person who is basically kind in his heart and refine it into 1 drop of blood of kindness. Please note that blood of kindness is the only part of blood that requires complete willingness and voluntary contribution. If it is obtained by force, the raw material cannot be used. If this raw material is used to forcibly refine potions, it is predicted that the following 7 bad things may happen immediately. Merge 14 parts of special blood to refine a drop of blood of dusk. This drop of dusk blood is the main material for the Vampire Marquis. Sunan tapped the tabletop of the laboratory with his fingers. This blood seems to be easy to collect, but this kind of blood with high mental requirements is actually the most troublesome. If I go to collect it myself, it will be a waste of time. Sunan immediately summoned 7 shadow werewolf priests through the wolf pack effect and asked them to come immediately. In less than 5 minutes, the 7 shadow werewolf priests opened their magic blood, 3 rages, and 2 boilings, and rushed to their laboratory. The 7 priests, wearing gorgeous priest costumes, and changing the shape of the priest hat into a huge wolf head, all knelt in front of Sunan. My master, what orders do you have? Sunan threw them a note with the requirements of the blood of regret and forgiveness written on it. Collect the blood of these people for me, remember not to cause death, and pay attention to the means. I don't want the rule of the werewolf empire to be grey and high pressure. That would be too troublesome, and it would be impossible for me to stay in this plane forever to suppress the rebels. Therefore, let the empire reduce its presence. The people only need to consider how to prosper and be stable. Those who really make trouble will be suppressed by the werewolf priests in an instant, and the wizard apprentices trained in the School of Magic Potion will join the werewolf empire in the future, and become the power of the werewolf empire. As for why Sunan did not let them collect the blood of kindness, it was because Sunan already had a goal in mind, and the appearance of the priest Uru appeared in his mind. The high priests immediately said that they would collect the blood as quickly as possible according to Sunan's requirements. At this time, the high priests had already worshipped Sunan in addition to Or. After witnessing the magic potions made by the wizard apprentices in the School of Magic Potion, they all found that perhaps such a path would be better for their plane. Moreover, Sunan's arrival did improve the happiness of the lives of civilians in the entire werewolf plane. The other 6 high priests left, and Sunan looked at the high priest Liam Carson, who had signaled him to stay with his eyes before. The high priest Liam Carson, because he was alone with Sunan, began to tremble with fear, and his legs were shaking. What do you want me to do? Sunan glanced at him and said, among the 7 high priests, you are the most proactive and loyal in the end. Although part of the reason is that you were the most active in opposing me before. High priest Liam Carson lowered his head. My master, I have no intention of being your enemy, and I'm sorry for what happened before. Sunan put his palm on his forehead and suddenly laughed. Liam Carson, you misunderstood me. High priest Liam Carson's face changed drastically, and he immediately lowered his head. I dare not. Master, are you dissatisfied with me? I will improve it immediately. The next moment, his face changed drastically again, because he felt the power in his body rising continuously. Sunan used the injection spell to inject the 5 times sublimated werewolf hunter potion into his body. Sunan said to him, don't test me, don't guess me. You just need to understand that those who pay will be compensated, and I will not treat those who do things unfairly. These days, I have seen your concern for my career in the wolf pack. From today on, you are the head of the werewolf priests, and I will give you more powerful power, until someone makes greater merits and contributions than you. The face of the great priest Liam Carson was overjoyed. He felt very excited. There were 2 reasons for his excitement. First, his efforts during this period were actually seen by the master. Second, Sunan is a person who rewards people based on merit. He will not evaluate them with too much personal feelings. He will only give them due rewards according to their merits and demerits. It is the most comfortable to work under such a person, because the overall environment will not have all kinds of twists and turns. As long as you do your own things seriously, it will be fine. The great priest Liam Carson quickly digested the 5 sublimated potions. After all, he was a 7th level summoner before, which is equivalent to the level of a 2nd ring wizard. It's just that the summoner is a little weaker. High priest Liam Carson transformed into a werewolf hunter, the kind of werewolf hunter that Sunan simplified the 1st ring of magic into 5 in the golden plane, and whose body functions were extremely powerful. High priest Liam Carson was more convinced of Sunan, and Sunan could also feel his loyalty to him through the wolf pack effect, and of course his growing fear of him. High priest Liam Carson bowed his head to Sunan and said, I'm sorry, master. I shouldn't have guessed your thoughts. I just need to do the orders you gave me. He waited for a long time for Sunan's response, and when he looked up again, he found that Sunan had disappeared. High priest Liam Carson slowly stood up, saluted the empty laboratory again, and then bowed his head and slowly left the laboratory. This time, he also knew that Sunan's eyes would occasionally look at them secretly. Therefore, Liam Carson was more cautious. In the side hall of the werewolf empire, Sunan walked into the residence of the priest Uru, who was also a member of the Dehad summoner faction. He was still unwilling to give up the summoner system. Sunan walked into his room, and Priest Uru was wiping a summoning slate, which was the slate of the harpy. Priest Uru looked up at Sunan, then paused, lowered his head, and continued to wipe the slate in his hand. I won't get up to greet you, your majesty. Thousands of people in the werewolf empire will welcome you when they see you, so I think you should not lack this. Sunan raised his eyebrows. Uru, why be so polite? You are the first friend I made in this plane. When I was in this strange plane, and didn't know what to do. When I hadn't figured out how to move forward. Priest Uru sat on the bed, wiping the slate, and sighed at the same time. If I could, I really don't want to meet you then. Sunan Peter, you said we were friends. But you know, friends are not made by deceiving others. I really regret it now. I don't know whether my introduction of you, an alien, into this world is good or bad for me, my relatives and friends in this world, and the many children in this world. Read the error-free version at 69 Book Bar. 69 Book Bar publishes a novel for the first time. Read at 69 Book Bar now. Everyone says that life is much better than before. So, Sunan stood in front of him and confirmed that this guy was a kind person. To be honest, such a person is a little hard to find these days. Sunan stood beside him and said, you did nothing wrong. Come on, I'll take you to a place. After you see it, you don't have to shrink in a room, feeling so guilty and self-blaming. Yuru, you don't owe anyone in this world. Would you like to give me, my old friend, another face? Priest Yuru smiled. How dare I not give face to the emperor of the werewolf empire? Sunan glanced at him and said, then follow me. The two left the priest's residence and walked all the way to the corner of the empire. Even if they met patrol officers on the road, they just bowed and saluted when they saw Sunan. Sunan and the priest Yuru soon came to the slums of the empire. The streets in the slums were narrow and very dirty. Every household didn't even have a complete window or door. Many people on the street sat naked on the ground. Priest Yuru asked doubtfully, Your Majesty, why did you come here? It's too dirty here. Priest Yuru was more or less a priest of the werewolf empire, so he said to Sunan anxiously, you are a nobleman, you shouldn't enter such a dirty area. Sunan smiled and said, to observe a civilization, you must observe the lowest point of this civilization. Only by seeing the lowest point of this civilization can you see the true appearance of this civilization. Let me ask you, Priest Yuru, before the werewolf empire, was this slum considered by the priests of the Phoenix Temple to be a hopeless and disease-ridden area? Priest Yuru nodded. Well, because it's not just poor here. If it were just that, it wouldn't have become a slum. But this is a place where many people are born with genetic problems, born sick, and born disabled. The people here are all people who can't survive on their own. They can only do this. The temple can't save them. Sunan looked at him and said seriously, the temple and the summoner can't save them, but the alchemy can. Look. Priest Yuru widened his eyes and saw a group of academy students wearing alchemy green and dark black wizard apprentice robes, distributing their own potions to some people infected with the epidemic in the slums for free. Those patients who drank the potion actually quickly recovered their rosy complexion. Priest Yuru, this. His face changed from shock to disbelief, then to joy, and then to ecstasy. At this moment, the law was moving. Sunan felt that, when he arranged for the wizard apprentices of the alchemy to treat the diseases of the lower class people in this world, the magic tide of the whole world was boiling again. Sunan couldn't help but think, what exactly is the duty of a wizard? The ideal of a wizard is to pursue the truth and explore the unknown. So what is the duty of wizards? Perhaps at this moment, and in this scene, which cannot happen in the Summoner Society, or in the area ruled by the Church of the Gods in the Heavens, is the meaning of the existence of wizards. Sunan knew that the gods in the heavens could not heal humans, but the gods were high above, and the Church needed human ore to gain faith. Therefore, they would at most perform miracles occasionally, select a few lucky people, cure their diseases, and let the church use them as propaganda, so that countless mortals would believe in and worship the gods for this almost impossible chance. But Sunan felt that in the society of potion wizards, such miracles could happen every day and everywhere. The magic tide was therefore rhythmic, and Sunan looked at the blue sky, and a rainbow appeared above the sky. Let the law continue to rhythm. Priest Yuru looked at the scene and said, I finally woke up. Although the arrival of His Majesty the Emperor destroyed our ancient traditions, it brought us happiness. I didn't surrender because of the power of His Majesty the Emperor and your men. I surrendered because the scene in front of me was absolutely impossible to happen in the previous world. Priest Yuru sighed. It's a pity that I'm too old. It's too late to change my major. Otherwise I would also like to become an apprentice of the potion wizard and join the scene in front. At this time, a male student with a class badge of class 1 on his chest gave a bottle of body flexibility potion that he made to a person born with polio. It was a potion that Sunan designed by himself out of boredom during his 5-year dormant period, but there was no need to make it later. He also has at least hundreds of potion formulas that can be sublimated once, but they have not found the opportunity to make them. But now they are written into the elementary potion textbook of the Potion Academy. The man with polio who drank the flexibility potion, his hands and feet began to recover a little bit. He was pleasantly surprised and thanked the wizard apprentice in class 1. "Thank you, wizard master." The apprentice waved his hand. "I'm not a wizard yet, just an apprentice. I will give you a bottle every day until you recover completely. Don't thank me specially, this is a college task. I can record the specific effects and recovery period of this potion, and get some resources such as potion stones and more. Anyway, don't thank me." The priest Uru saw this scene, and realized how superficial he was before. Sunan raised his eyebrows, and finally the truth was revealed. "Uru, it doesn't matter, although you can't treat others personally like those apprentices of mine. But you can make an indirect contribution." Sunan handed him an empty bottle of white sap potion. "Give me about 400 milliliters of blood. I can use it." Sunan gave him an encouraging look. "It's all for the purpose of making this world a better place. Priest Uru." He suddenly stopped being moved, and then he felt that he might have been tricked by Sunan again. Priest Uru laughed. "Your Majesty, no, my friend Sunan Peter, from the first time I saw you, I felt that I could not get rid of your tricks. Forget it. In this case, I will contribute to this new world. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345, Vampire Marquis Potion, Hypnosis Magic Upgrade. 3 days later, a blood bead floating in the air appeared in front of Sunan. The blood bead contained powerful blood magic and extreme emotions rolling in it. Regret, forgiveness, and kindness stabilized the emotions. Even if this blood bead was taken alone, it could enhance the spiritual power of a wizard. Sunan put it in the crucible and mixed it with other magic potions. Suddenly, a tornado of fire erupted from it. The ominous power pressed towards the capital of the werewolf empire, but Sunan waved his hand and was covered by his magic pressure. Protected the capital of the werewolf empire. An hour later, Sunan carefully poured the magic potion liquid in the crucible into the magic potion bottle. The Vampire Marquis potion was refined. This is a magic potion that can become a second-ring creature after taking it. There is no vampire around Sunan now. The only one is the vampire baron who transformed the Uru priest into a 4th level sublimation. He became a vampire priest, and Sunan was going to use him to supervise the werewolf priests in this world. Besides, he was too old and had no wizard talent. Becoming a werewolf or a vampire was his only way. His personality was too gentle, and it was almost impossible for him to digest the werewolf potion that had been sublimated more than 4 times, so Sunan arranged the vampire path for him. After all, werewolves need violent warrior genes to digest potions. Sunan used the human body virtual machine to transform into the form of a vampire count, and then drank the Vampire Marquis potion in one gulp. Next, he began to digest the potion instantly. An hour later, Sunan was surrounded by powerful blood magic. He had turned into a vampire marquis. His pupils turned bright red and still had the brilliance of diamond powder. Sunan tested his current speed, which was about 300 or more. As soon as he thought about it, he appeared from one place in the laboratory to another place, like a flash. This speed is a speed that can make legendary knights despair. This is a speed that completely crushes mortals. At the same time, his other physical attributes are all around 200, which is slightly weaker than the Golden Werewolf Hunter, but his normal speed crushes the Golden Werewolf Hunter. Moreover, the Vampire Marquis, under normal ability, has obtained the ability called Blood Demon Advent. Sunan did not dare to release and experiment with this magic in the capital of the Werewolf Empire. Instead, he directly used the Nit reversal spell to come to the void, entered the body of Kugui, and left Kugui and temporarily came to the void. The magic pressure shell of the Vampire Marquis is above 600, about 630, so it can temporarily resist the invisible energy of the void. Sunan released the blood demon advent, and suddenly from the blood in his vampire body, powerful magic energy burst out, and blood entangled his body, and powerful magic pressure spread in the void. Sunan found that his body had become about 3 times larger, and all the data of his body increased by about 100. His body was completely bloody, and gained powerful physical immunity. When he moved, he did not need to use his feet, but his body, which was completely bloody, turned into a sea of blood. This sea of blood turned into blood-colored bats, turned into a straight line, and teleported to a place. Although vampires and werewolves both took the path of converting magic pressure into body functions, when they sublimated for the 7th time, the paths of both sides began to deviate. Werewolves are still the most orthodox, converting magic pressure into body functions. But Sunan tried not to let the power of werewolves and vampires overlap too much. Otherwise, it would be easy to be targeted by wizard enemies in the future. Vampires, on the other hand, use the special ability of vampire physique to convert the body into blood, and then convert all the magic pressure into blood. In fact, both are similar. But the root of the werewolf is the body, while the root of the vampire is magic blood. The advent of the blood demon is based on the special development direction of the vampire, and stimulates the magic power contained in the blood in a short period of time, thus causing the powerful power increase in his body now. Sunan cancelled the blood devil's advent, and used the reversal spell, to return to the ground again. He came to the teleportation altar next to the capital of the werewolf empire, and chanted a spell to teleport him to the golden plane. Today, the sunflower carriage has become very complete. It will not cause mana chaos to the teleporter. At most, he needs to endure the high temperature magic bombardment of the first ring level for more than half an hour during the teleportation. At the moment of teleportation, Sunan activated the blood devil's advent again, and turned his body completely into blood, to test the reliability of this vampire's ability. Half an hour later, Sunan, who was still partially burning with flames and his body was made of blood, stepped out of the teleportation array, and used Arcane Leap, to quickly enter the Golden Tree Wizard Tower in the Golden Plane. Yes, Blood Devil's Advent, as a second ring state amplification magic, also brings considerable immunity to damage to the Vampire Marquis. Sunan thought, in the future, my vampire army will be as perfect as the werewolf army, and my enemies will have to face a bunch of vampires who have activated Blood Devil's Advent. Sunan came to the floating magic pool of the Golden Tree. The golden magic mirror that had been placed by Sunan in this floating magic pool sensed Sunan's magic power, and immediately spun down happily. But the next moment, the mirror spirit of the golden magic mirror exclaimed, how is this possible? Have you become a second ring wizard so quickly? And you are not following the path of our Samsara Tower? What magic path are you taking? Did you have an adventure outside? The mirror spirit of the golden magic mirror thought of the most likely thing, that Sunan had an adventure in the outside world, and obtained the inheritance of other ancient magic schools. Sunan nodded casually. Just think of it as me having an adventure outside. So you don't have to persuade me to follow the path of the Tower of Samsara in the future. The spirit of the golden magic mirror was a little dejected, because when he realized that Sunan was a genius wizard, he understood that Sunan would never follow the path of the Tower of Samsara, because geniuses are the ones who least follow the rules. However, the spirit of the golden magic mirror soon became happy again, because although geniuses would not follow the rules to inherit the magic of the Tower of Samsara, they might be able to carry forward the magic of their Tower of Samsara in the future. He realized at this moment that Sunan had borrowed from the golden black magic system when making the Vampire Marquis potion. The spirit of the mirror felt that, after rounding off, it would not be an exaggeration to say that this magic was the magic of their Tower of Samsara, right? Sunan said to the mirror spirit, I came back this time for 2 purposes. First, I want to know the real function of the golden magic mirror. Don't deny it. I know that the golden magic mirror is not a simple inherited magic weapon. I was not a second ring wizard before, so I didn't study your second ring magic weapon in depth. Now you should tell your master your real function. Of course, it's not impossible for me to explore it myself. The second thing is that I want to use you to hypnotize myself. Don't worry, it's just a simple experiment. Sunan paused, because the entire golden plain had just experienced a small earthquake, as if the entire ground was about to collapse. Sunan's face did not change, but he had already quickly searched for the cause through the core of the golden tree. In the end, his conclusion was that the epicenter of the earthquake was actually the second ring wizard tower of the golden tree. And Sunan soon realized that the earthquake actually came from the main material plane world. Sunan raised his eyebrows and confirmed the wolf pack effect. He found that no one in the wolf pack on the main material plane was injured, and no one asked for help, so he was relieved. The guys in the energy world are getting bolder and bolder in the main material plane. Could it be that they are fighting directly with the Storm Church in Storm Castle? Sunan used his magic power to control the golden magic mirror. At this time, his control over the magic mirror was already very strong. At the same time, Sunan saw a human face in the magic mirror. Sunan considered it for a while and launched a hypnotic magic on his face in the magic mirror. When my life is in danger, my movement speed will increase, and my magic power and physical functions will be at their peak. This mandatory order will continue as long as possible. The error-free version is available at 69 book bar. 69 book 1 bar publishes a novel for the first time. 69 book bar read then. Sunan controlled the golden magic mirror to attack him with all his strength. The mirror spirit screamed and found that the 5 golden magic light attacks it sent were easily avoided by Sunan, who was in the state of vampire marquis. Sunan asked the intelligent brain to evaluate it and found that his movement speed and strength did increase by 30% every time he was attacked. The effect of hypnosis magic is still very impressive. There are 2 second level hypnosis of vampires. One is the ordinary second level hypnosis, which is an advanced version of all previous hypnosis magic. The second level hypnosis magic is similar to the previous effect, but it can only affect more powerful wizards and energy creatures. The second level hypnosis can only be used on one target at a time, and it can only be used a second time until the magic on the target disappears. The name of this hypnosis magic is Forced Command. In theory, this powerful magic, because of its huge restrictions, can even produce a relatively long-term command effect on beings of the same level or even higher power levels. This is an enhanced version of hypnosis magic that Sunan has developed by combining the golden head falling system and the prophetic spell system of the Hand of War, plus his own magic experience and the calculation ability of the intelligent brain. In essence, the hypnosis magic of vampires belongs to the prophetic magic. If Trist had not been captured, and Victor had not been captured by Sunan himself, Sunan would not have been able to analyze the spells of their school to give his second level vampire such a tricky ability. The golden magic mirror flew in front of Sunan, and the mirror spirit said obediently, "Master, in addition to the divination ability composed of some black magic, I can also radiate golden magic light. Golden magic light, depending on the user's magic power, is at the level of the first ring to the second ring. Golden magic light has a strong attack power. The enemy covered will be subjected to high temperature in an instant and then melted. It is the attack formed by the light of the sun reflected by gold." The mirror spirit said, a little embarrassed and guilty. "The reason why I didn't say it before was that I felt that the master didn't need it." Sunan glanced at it. He didn't know it yet. It just thought that before he had not completely switched to the magic system of the Tower of Samsara, he was not completely considered one of his own. Therefore, he didn't want to work for him completely. Therefore, he deliberately concealed some of his functions. Sunan raised his hand, and the Kerbalwood magic wand placed in the golden tree wizard tower fell into his hand. At the same time, the golden magic mirror completely belonged to him, and fell behind him. Now he could return to Stormwind Castle immediately, but Sunan thought that before he returned, he could first refine the second ring Sunmark potion. However, he had never found the main material needed for the second ring Sunmark potion, and the intelligent brain had replaced several materials, but still could not find it. The only alternative main material that Sunan should be able to find was the whole body blood of a 7-star warlock. He had to return to Stormwind Castle to find it. In addition, Sunan set up a magic circle in the golden small plane. He had communicated with his pen pal in the star domain C for a while before, and by answering the pen pal's questions, he obtained a technology to detect the satellite plane of the main plane where he was. Since Sunan was going to use the werewolf plane as his rear base, if he really couldn't survive in the main material plane in the future, or couldn't stay there temporarily, he could return to the werewolf plane and hide. Then he had to thoroughly confirm whether there were other satellite planes in the werewolf plane besides the satellite plane of the golden small plane. While Sunan arranged the magic circle here, Vasilian arranged the corresponding magic circle above Gagi in the werewolf plane. At this time, Vasilian had been in the werewolf plane for 2 months. After 3 years of traveling, he had reached the limit of the soul of a first ring wizard. With the help of the secret world dust potion given by Sunan, he had successfully broken through and became a second ring wizard. However, Sunan did not have time to refine the second ring level Death Knight potion for him. This test magic circle requires 2 second ring wizards to operate. Suddenly, 2 huge magic energy beams rushed out from the wizard towers of the golden small plane and the round and square plane. Although the two could not connect, the 2 magic beams that were far away but could resonate formed a resonant fluctuation area with the 2 as the core. In this way, the mana wave of the second ring wizard can be amplified and then check whether there are other planes in the diameter of this area. This is called the double peak mana fluctuation detection method. As for whether there are satellite planes outside the golden plane, with Sunan's current magic ability, he is still unable to conduct such detection work in the void. He can only detect as much as he can. Sunan's face is strange. It seems that there are really 2 satellite planes, but the scale should be less than 1/3 of the golden plane. That is the werewolf plane. In the void orbit, at least I have found 3 satellite planes so far. Sunan ordered Vasilian to continue the detection through the wolf pack effect. He wanted to confirm the void coordinates of the 2 small planes and try to confirm them. Because in fact, the difficulty of finding satellite planes in the void is more than 10 times that of finding medium-sized planes like the werewolf plane. The reason is very simple. Larger planes naturally have strong plane gravity. The planes are also larger and easier to see with the naked eye. Even if they cannot be seen with the naked eye, they can sense the direction of the plane gravity and confirm its position in the void. But looking for a relatively small-scale satellite plane in the void is like looking for a needle in the sea. Sunan heard from his pen pal in the Star Domain Sea that there used to be a place called the Scarlet Planet Plane in the Star Domain Sea. The wizards there had lived on that planet plane for hundreds of years. As a result, they had always thought that the planet only had 2 satellite planes. Who knew that there were 2 more satellite planes, which had been hidden in the remote corners of the void gravity orbit of the Scarlet Planet plane? How did they find out later? It was a hostile wizard school that discovered the 2 satellite planes before them and built a frontier void magic base there in advance, and then dealt a heavy blow to the Scarlet Planet plane. Several wizard organizations on the Scarlet Planet plane realized that there were 2 small satellite planes around their plane. It can be seen from this that, if you don't investigate clearly how many satellite planes you occupy in the void, it is a very scary thing. Chapter 346, Plane Undercurrent, Gemini Satellite Plane. 2 days later, Sunan drove Mario into the void. In a void, he found the 2 small satellite planes. Sunan was surprised to find that these were air twin satellite planes. They were 2 small satellite planes, entangled together. For some reason, they did not merge into one plane, but they did not collide and destroy each other. In very rare cases, they became twin satellite planes that rotated and rotated around each other. Facing this scene, Sunan drove Mario for a while and did not dare to land. Instead, he controlled Mario to fly backwards and stayed in the area where the invisible energy of the void was relatively thin. He took out half a letter in the floating magic pool and began to write to his pen pal in the starfield overseas about the information of the twin satellite planes. According to Sunan's spiritual observation through the historical fragments of the Hand of War, the starfield sea is a natural void area where a large number of spherical planes gather together. The wizards there, because of the living environment, must have more observations of rare satellite planes. And in the void, it is never too careful. For a second ring wizard, it is very difficult to die in the environment of the material plane, whether it is a natural disaster or a man-made disaster. But in the void, if you make a few wrong decisions, you may have to stay in the void forever. After all, now I can only rely on Mario to go back and forth to the nearby planes. However, if I can build a teleportation array on these planes, it will be different. It is equivalent to adding an extra safety measure. For example, if my wizard tower is broken or has no energy, I can go back and forth through the teleportation array. There will be no embarrassing situation of being trapped in this satellite plane for life. Moreover, before Sunan walked in the void this time, he had already notified Vasily. If I notified him during the wolf pack effect, or did not return for 3 months, Vasily would drive the Gagui to the coordinates of the two small satellite planes, to come and find me. In the floating magic pool room, Sunan wrote on a half-cut letter, "Hello, Connie O'Brien. Do you know the twin satellite small planes?" Sunan thought about it, and felt that it was a bit abrupt to ask like this, so he continued to write, "I wonder how your practice of the golden magic system is going?" Sunan only waited for 2 minutes, and a new line of text appeared on the letter. "It's great that you can talk again, Sunan Peter." The two of them exchanged several times, and simply told each other's names. Anyway, in the eyes of the two, they were far away, so they could talk about some things. "Sunan, I'm very happy. I'm now first class wizard apprentice. My magic level is increasing day by day." "You are right. I don't have talent in one aspect, but I have talent in another aspect. We can always find something suitable for us to do in a certain aspect, and become geniuses because of it. I used to be too deeply influenced by my family. I always thought that only blessing magic in this world is the right magic path. I think family is more important than the sky." Sunan frowned slightly. It only took the other party half a month to pass the golden magic system and become a first-class wizard apprentice. It can be seen that the other party is a genius in magic. Before that, how her family would waste her talent. In the floating magic pool room, Sunan quickly got a reply about the twin satellite plane. "I don't know about the twin satellite plane." Sunan frowned. There was no other way. He could only go down through the small golem hanging outside Mario to test the situation of the twin satellite plane. This is indeed necessary, in case there is a magma or a sulfuric acid pool under the two planes. Sunan glanced at the letter, which read, "But my grandmother must know this. She is a 3-ring great wizard. Unfortunately, she rarely returns to the Behur planet plane where our family is located. She always travels in the Star Domain Sea, and sometimes even leaves the Star Domain Sea, and enters the vast real void to explore the unknown. It only took her an hour to find out that I switched to black magic when she came back this time. To be honest, she was a little shocked when she switched from blessing white magic to the most vicious curse black magic. But it doesn't matter. She encouraged me and let me take the path I want to take." On the other side, above the Gemini plane, inside Mario's body, Sunan had just taken a sip of water to quench his thirst, but he almost choked himself. 3 rings? Or 3-ring wizard grandmother? Sunan pursed her lips and smiled bitterly. What kind of family background does my pen pal have? Not only does he have a bunch of 2nd-ring wizards in his family, he even has a 3rd-ring grandmother. Heaven's chosen one. Sunan thought about it. Compared with the peaceful days she lived in, she was simply playing with fire every day. Forget it. It doesn't matter. Sooner or later, I will be able to be a 3rd-ring wizard. In the Rose Flower House of the richest rose community on the 100 Flowers planet, Kanglo asked his grandmother, Tulip Witch, with great interest. Although the Tulip Witch is already a grandmother, her face does not show any aging. She looks about 20 years old. She and Kanglo stand together, like sisters. Read the error-free version at 69 Book Bar. 69 Book 1 Bar publishes a novel for the first time. The Tulip Witch wore a silky purple robe embroidered with golden tulip patterns. On her right hand, she wore a pigeon egg-sized amethyst gem ring, with an inscription on the gem, which always showed the powerful blessing magic energy. The Tulip Witch glanced at the drifting letter in Connor's hand, and guessed most of it. At the same time, she said to Connor, "It seems that your friends, like Grandma, are void explorers. Such questions cannot be asked by those who are not deep void explorers. Ordinary explorers will not ask such questions." Obviously, she misunderstood. After all, the Gemini plane is really rare. The Tulip Witch smiled and said, "In this way, I will feel more at ease about you communicating with him." Although you two may not necessarily meet in the future, friends are always like this. In one life, there will be a friend you can talk to, and then in the next life, you will make new friends. Every void explorer deserves respect. Connor said, well, Grandma, he is indeed a good friend, but he only trades with me in everything. But if you answer his question this time, he will have to answer one of my questions for free next time. But, the Tulip Witch's face became serious, and she crossed her hands. The Gemini satellite plane is a very serious matter. It's a trap. On the surface, the Gemini plane seems very normal. Generally, this kind of plane is relatively small, which will make wizards relax their vigilance. But because the forces of the two planes are entangled with each other, a special plane undercurrent is formed. Let your friend pay attention to that plane undercurrent. A wizard once developed a new magic while observing the plane undercurrent. By the way, your friend should be in the second ring. Connor nodded. The Tulip Witch smiled and said, what a brave fellow. A second ring wizard dares to go so deep into the void to explore. I wonder which planet in the star domain sea this wizard is from. Those wizards are good seedlings, but they are all well protected by their wizard organizations. Generally, they will not let such second ring wizards go deep into the void. After all, many times, people die outside the void without being discovered. Above the Gemini satellite plane, Sunan saw Connor relaying the reminder of her third ring witch grandmother. Sunan pursed her lips immediately. Fortunately, she encountered something she had not come into contact with much, and she found a way to ask her friends about it. Otherwise, she would definitely suffer a great loss. After all, just looking at it, it is really hard to see what is special about the two entangled small planes in front of her. Chapter 347 Abaddon Locust Demon, asking for monthly tickets at the end of the month. Connor's grandmother, let me observe the plane undercurrent carefully. Sunan opened the wizard's spiritual vision and amplified it through the wizard tower and the great magic, and then began to carefully observe the trajectory of the two twin small planes. Anyway, he is now next to the two small planes and can absorb the power of the plane at any time to replenish the lost magic power. The wizard tower will not lack magic energy. At the same time, Sunan asked the intelligent brain to record the data of the two twin satellite planes. An hour later, the intelligent brain analyzed the plane undercurrent of the twin satellite plane. Yes, two planes entangled with each other, moving at high speed, forming a plane undercurrent in the form of a double helix. If it is closer to the position of 10,000 kilometers, Mario will be sucked into the double helix plane force and cannot get rid of it. The best situation is to be trapped in these two small planes. The worst situation is that the wizard tower disintegrates. Sunan frowned. In this case, he will not be able to enter for a while. In a sense, these two twin satellite planes are simply natural void castles. With a little modification, they will become a good void barrier. No wonder, even Connor's three-ring witch grandmother would specially warn herself after hearing about this plane. Sunan said in his heart, intelligent brain, so there is no way to enter it? Not really, as long as you control the wizard tower, and the speed of the wizard tower can be completely synchronized with the speed of the movement of the double helix plane undercurrent. You can enter the plane through the spiral line after 37 spiral rotations. At the same time, when you come out, you also need to perform 38 spiral rotations before you can be thrown out of these two twin planes. But you can build a teleportation altar when you enter it, so you can teleport directly. The estimated speed required is 12 kilometers per second. This value is that your two-ring wizard Temerio can maintain. Because there is no matter in the void, the speed of the two-ring wizard tower in the void and in the material plane is completely different. In the void, the speed of the second-ring wizard tower was very fast. Sunan nodded and said, based on the observed plane undercurrent, start to construct special magic and calculate the possibility of installing it on the gargoyle and golem. After Sunan understood the basic characteristics of the plane undercurrent, he named it the second ring spell, Plane Storm Spell. 6 hours later, the intelligent computer basically completed the data entry and was quickly constructing the Plane Storm Spell and calculating the possibility of using the Plane Storm Spell as a weapon and installing it on the golem. Therefore, Sunan followed the previously designed entry steps, lowered Mario's altitude, and then rotated around the twin satellite plane, and then drove Mario directly into it. When the speed reached 12 kilometers per second, Mario just shook slightly, and then returned to normal. The scale of the two planes is not large, about the area of a small island. Therefore, Mario broke through the plane undercurrent in less than a minute, and entered the plane as large as two small islands. As soon as he landed, Sunan knew he was on the right track, because he noticed that both planes overlapped with the main material plane. In other words, there was a natural portal here. At the same time, Sunan saw three opponents he had seen before, the three-headed fire demon, and a two-ringed Abaddon demon. Its body was similar to the Balrog fire demon, and its body was made of crazy fire, but its body was similar to the green armor of a locust, with traces of locusts, barbs on its hands and feet, and a typical demon head. Sunan had seen Abaddon demon in the Golden Wizard's collection of books. It came from the 134th layer of the Abyss, the bottomless pit plane, a two-ring creature, a commander type Abyss demon, and a subordinate of the Demon King type Abyss plane lord. In the Golden Wizard's collection of books, it was said, it is the messenger of the bottomless pit, the commander of the extreme locust disaster, bringing death and destruction to the world, and is the messenger of plague before the end of all things. It can be seen that the Abaddon demon, this type of demon, cannot be said to be a small role in the Abyss. But these are not the main points. The main point is, why can we see Abaddon demon in the satellite plane of the werewolf plane? Endless Abyss, is it really going to invade the main material plane this time? After seeing the Abaddon demon being thrown down, Sunan fell heavily to the ground. He was extremely angry, and punched the ground with one fist. The plane as large as the island was almost smashed by this punch. The Abyss demon has both strength and magic, and is a very difficult character. Even in the Orthodox Wizard Society more than 2000 years ago, there were not many records and experiences of fighting against the Abyss demon. If they hadn't had problems within themselves, I'm afraid it would have caused the same large-scale invasion and damage as the energy world to the main material plane. Abaddon Locust Demon was almost angry to death. Damned one ring witch. I can kill her with one hand. But she designed us to be teleported to this hellhole. What's here? Bare stones and a bunch of chaotic elemental barriers. It's not even as rich as our bottomless pit. The three beta flame demons raised their flaming swords and said, Great Lord Nosk, you are the great Abaddon demon. You can hit anyone you want with your power. But have you contacted the chaos ship we took before? Without the chaos ship, we can't get out of this plane. The exit of this plane was sealed by that witch. Abaddon Locust Demon said angrily, haven't you figured it out yet? We are sealed. We are sealed. After being sealed, how can it be so easy to get out? There is nothing here, only. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book 1 bar publishes a novel for the first time. Abaddon Locust Demon suddenly turned his head to look at the sky 100 meters behind him, and saw Sunan driving the Mario Wizard Tower and landing. Abaddon Locust Demon was stunned for a moment. Why is there a wizard tower in this ghost place? It can't be the accomplice of that witch. No, this way, we can seize his wizard tower and leave here. While he was talking, another lowest level big horned demon fell from the sky and landed on his head. The big horned demon was scared to death. He was just the lowest level demon, equivalent to a first class wizard apprentice, and the horns on the demon's head were equivalent to the crown of a human, which could not be touched easily. The next moment, Abaddon Locust Demon was furious, and the big horned demon on his head turned into a ball of fire directly under the pressure of his energy field. The three beta flame demons didn't dare to say anything more, and Abaddon Locust Demon looked at the Mario Wizard Tower where Sunan was. That wizard over there, hand over your wizard tower. Sunan's voice came out through Mario's body. I should say this, get out of this plane immediately. This is my territory. Abaddon Locust Demon was furious. What? Human, you are looking for death. I will use your head as my chamber pot. Sunan certainly had the confidence to speak. The reputation of Abaddon Locust Demon was very powerful, but this was based on the fact that they were second-ring creatures when they grew up. Abaddon Locust Demon was relatively weak among second-ring creatures, and the Abyss creatures would be weakened by 3 points when they left the Abyss environment. On the other hand, I was in the second ring wizard tower at the moment, and I was not inferior to any second ring creature. Only a fool would leave the wizard tower and fight them. Chapter 348 Mastering the Gemini Spell System. Gemini Sunburst. Abaddon demon was in a rage. You know, even in the Abyss plane, not many demons dared to disobey him. Abyss demons make a living by violence and use violence to obtain everything. Therefore, when there is a conflict of opinion, their first reaction is to fight. Just beat the other party into submission. Therefore, Abaddon demon was directly furious. His energy field pressure suppressed the entire plane the size of a small island. The 3 beta flame demons around him could only keep retreating away from him, hiding behind the rocks of this mini plane, in order to avoid facing the energy field pressure of Abaddon demon. And Sunan was not to be outdone, and immediately released his 663 magic pressure to compete with it. Sunan's magic pressure was even slightly better, suppressing Abaddon Locust Demon. Abaddon Locust Demon shouted, "Raw, come on." At this time, in the entire small plane, there were not only 3 beta flame demons and 1 Abaddon demon, but also hundreds of low-level demons. These low-level demons were of various types, and even a low-level demon fell from the sky every minute. Sunan guessed that this group of demons must have fallen into someone's trap. And there happened to be a wizard school that transformed a small plane in this twin plane into their school's exile place. After all, according to the plane undercurrent characteristics that he had detected before, this twin plane is indeed very suitable as a prison. Not every second ring creature is as good at observation as himself, and has an intelligent brain to help summarize experience and find a way to enter. For example, the few stupid demons in front of him are trapped here. Sunan can immediately control the wizard tower to take off and leave here, but there is no need. He came to this plane to seize this plane and build a teleportation array. That wizard organization and these abyss demons are all people who hinder him. He can also return to the main material plane from this plane to see what happened to the main material plane and how it is now. More importantly, the intelligent brain had just scanned the Balrog and Abaddon demons and immediately listed several good potion formulas with them as the main materials. Some of the potion formulas can also increase the upper limit of one's mental power and are second ring substitute potions for the high level Warlock's blood potion. Sunan himself also thought of several ways to use the blood of these abyss demons. At this time, hundreds of low-level demons rushed towards Sunan. Sunan controlled the golden magic mirror, suspended in the air, and used great magic to radiate golden light waves to the ground. Suddenly, the second ring golden light waves, like sunlight, spread all over the ground. Those low-level demons could only cover their eyes and could not look directly at the golden magic mirror. At the same time, these apprentice-level low-level demons all burned with flames in an instant. These low-level demons were useless to him, so Sunan didn't care much about the integrity of their bodies and killed them all at will. But the next moment, 3 Balrogs rushed over with flaming swords, slashing at Merio's 5-fold brown defense field shield, slashing wildly. The crazy fire on their bodies ignited the brown defense field shield, and Merio was surrounded by burning flames. Merio could only jump back to shake them off, but the 3 Balrogs were still chasing him. Sunan, who was in the floating magic pool, raised his eyebrows. Balrogs are indeed the backbone of the abyss. Even if it is a cross-level challenge, it can actually cause interference to me. Merio flew and retreated. At this time, the 3 Balrogs directly caught up, refusing to let Merio distance himself from them. But in an instant, 3 magic potion lightnings turned into spears and drilled into their bodies. At the same time, with the 3 Balrogs as a core, 3 electric rings were formed, and then 3 magic potion lightnings fell from the sky, hitting them and knocking them down. Sunan was about to make additional attacks. I saw countless locusts hitting Merio's head, knocking him to the ground. He slid on the ground for a while and broke the 5-fold 2-ring permanent defense field that was enlarged by the wizard tower. Then, Abaddon Locust Demon transformed into a swarm of locusts and hit his wizard tower again. Some locusts even wanted to get in through the cracks in the wizard tower and directly seize the wizard tower from the inside. Abaddon Locust Demon laughed. "Wizard, I'm coming in." Ah. The next moment, Sunan used the magic potion to directly blast the sun, consuming a bottle of Fire Demon's Wrath. and then used the great magic and the wizard tower to amplify it, and then mixed it with the plane undercurrent fluctuations observed 6 hours ago. The entire sun explosion immediately appeared with flames like the twin plane undercurrent structure, and enveloped the entire wizard tower. Those locusts were swept by the flames in an instant, and burned to death. Abaddon demon also screamed, roared and cursed in the locust swarm. Before the locust swarm entered the wizard tower, most of them were destroyed. If Abaddon demon continued to suffer this kind of damage, he would be seriously injured. He gathered all the locusts together and turned back into his demon general type demon body, but the next moment, he saw two twin flame sun explosions, rotating and connecting with each other, smashing towards him. Fuck. Abaddon locust demon, before he could dodge, was directly hit by Sunan's newly developed potion spell from the observation plane undercurrent, and was knocked down from the sky to the ground. The three-headed beta flame demon wanted to come to support, but Sunan controlled Mario and summoned the giant fist hurricane, knocking them down to the ground one by one. At this time, the four demons realized that Sunan was not that simple, and it was even more impossible that he was the waste wizard organization with only one ring wizards at the highest. Sunan also found in the battle that he could use the twin plane undercurrent to build a special second ring auxiliary casting model, twin spell. That is, when you use the magic potion energy lightning storm, magic potion energy scorching sun explosion, and magic potion energy blizzard, you can use the form of the twin plane spiral undercurrent. There are great benefits to doing this. Your own magic potion energy spell has already converted low level energy into high level energy, and reduced your own mana consumption. If necessary, you can increase the amount of magic potion consumption to increase the power of the spell. When casting a spell, the spell energy has been processed once. The twin spell is the second processing of spell energy, adding the spell model of the plane undercurrent to the magic potion energy, and strengthening the spell power for the second time. The twin plane undercurrent model is a terrifying spell model that can keep the energy of the original spell unchanged, and increase the power by more than 10 times. It is no wonder that Connor's 3-ring grandmother would specifically ask me to comprehend it. At this time, Mario flew into the air, and the angel statue soldier looked down at the four demons below. At the same time, two twin blizzard balls, two twin scorching sun explosions, and two twin thunderstorm balls appeared behind his wings. The four demons discussed urgently. Is this the wizard from the Path of Exile wizard organization? Boss, this is too powerful. Brothers are no match for him. Abaddon locust demon showed fear on his face. No, something is wrong. Why do I feel that he is a third party? This may really be his territory. Damn it, we are the ones who took the blame for the Path of Exile. That wizard, he should be preparing to deal with the Path of Exile. Thinking of this, Abaddon demon became even angrier. Shit, these past few days, we have been unlucky every day. Nothing can be accomplished by force. The next moment, Mario flapped his huge angel wings, and suddenly 3 twin magics fell, and hit the 4 of them on the head. The 3 Balrogs were directly knocked away, hit the elemental barrier of the plane, and fell to the ground again. They were beaten without any flames on their bodies, and were beaten to a near-death state. Sunan had fought with the Balrog before, in the Town of the Dead. At that time, the one who controlled the Balrog's body was the god of the abyss, Malgut, so that Balrog was even more powerful than these 3. Therefore, Sunan knew their weaknesses and strengths very well, so he used continuous spell strikes to stun them, and prevented them from fighting hand to hand. When he used the advanced werewolf hunter, he was ignited by the other party's crazy fire, because of the hand-to-hand fight. Mario pointed at the Abaddon demon on the ground and said, "Master, that guy is still moving. He still has the ability to fight." The Abaddon demon was furious, and pointed at Mario and said, "What are you, a golem, yelling about? At most, your master is talking to me." The next moment, Mario kicked him, and kicked him away. This kick was accompanied by a giant fist hurricane, which also caused him some damage. Sunan condensed 3 twin spells again, but this time it was angel wings followed by 3 twin blizzards. Because when Sunan was fighting, he asked the intelligent brain to analyze, and concluded that the abyss creatures have the ability to tolerate high temperature damage, while the Abaddon demon in front of him has no special resistance to low temperature attacks. It may be because the bottomless pit plane is a huge sea of fire. Sunan said, "It's a pity. I regard Merio as my family. Therefore, I cannot tolerate your insulting him. Lord of the Abyss, you must pay the price for insulting Merio. You have entered my plane and violated my law. Here, my words are the law." The next moment, 3 twin blizzards enveloped him in the center of the blizzard. All the spells that Sunan cast at this moment were cast by the dual use of the Great Magic and the Second Ring Wizard Tower, so they were all far beyond the normal spells. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book 1 bar publishes a novel for the first time. Read at 69 book bar. In addition, the twin spell system caused the demon lord Abaddon to be completely frozen in it, and his body gradually turned into an ice sculpture. Damn. I want to get out. At the last moment of being frozen, Abaddon was still shouting, struggling, and stretching out his claws, trying to leave the place covered by the twin blizzards. His body was frozen bit by bit, and the flame patterns on his body dimmed to the extreme. Network progressive transformation. A pattern of abyssal transformation appeared under Abaddon's feet, but the moment this pattern appeared, the pattern was frozen by the magic potion blizzard. Abaddon suddenly felt something was wrong. "No, this is not the first time you have seen us abyssal creatures. You have seen it before, and you are also very familiar with our network progressive transformation. Who are you?" The next moment, he turned into a complete ice sculpture. In Merio's body, in the floating magic pool room, Merio laughed out loud. "Master, next time, let Solon give me 2 pairs of stone wings. If there are 3 pairs of wings, it will be more handsome to perform your previous twin magic." For some reason, the Milekut that Sunan wore on his index finger suddenly became proud. Ha 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 ha. That idiot, what's the point of him using the progressive transformation of the abyss at that time? But ordinary abyss creatures are not like me. They gamble their lives every time they transform, so they generally dare not transform. The Abaddon just now was forced into a corner by you, so he wanted to take a risk before being sealed. Sunan used his upgraded sleeping spell potion, the 1000-year sleeping spell, to seal the 3-headed fire demon and the Abaddon demon. At the same time, he looked up at the sky, only to see that the sky still maintained a low-level demon falling every minute. Sunan was very dissatisfied with this. He did not see any signs of transformation on this plane, which means that the other school does not have the ability to travel in the void, or even the ability to transform the plane. The other school just found that this twin plane is naturally impossible to escape, so they keep throwing garbage in, but now this is their second base camp. I can't let the twin plane, which is so close to the werewolf plane and the golden plane, become a place for that school to exile enemies. Milekut asked Sunan, "What are you going to do with the 4 demons?" Sunan said, "The 3-headed beta flame demon can be refined into a consumable potion, Rage of Madness potion. As for the Abaddon demon, I will extract his demon blood essence water to refine the Abyss Advance potion. That is a potion that increases mental strength. Everything has been arranged." Milekut was a little frightened. "It's really troublesome to offend you pharmacists. I originally wanted to say that if possible, you can give me a demon body, and I can temporarily possess it. I can help you do something." Sunan walked out of Merio's body and came to this plane. This plane does not even have air, and mortals cannot survive here at all. The environment is too harsh. Although the plane is small, due to the spiral undercurrent of the plane barrier strength of these 2 twin planes is very high. Therefore, there is no need to worry about being attacked by void energy in this plane. Sunan looked around and immediately found the overlap between this place and the main material plane, and at the same time, found a sealing array. The principle of the other party to harm these demons should be to use a natural teleportation point to transfer them to this world, and then use the sealing magic to seal the natural teleportation point. Sunan used his magic power to carefully sense the seal, and let the intelligent brain calculate and issue a model. This is only a 1-ring seal. Those demons do not understand magic, so they will be trapped, and this 1-ring seal can only delay himself for a little time. Sunan injected his magic pressure into the seal of this natural teleportation point. The main material plane, west of the Storm Kingdom, the Principality of Dalmatia, where the god of the islands is believed. In addition to the narrow and long area on the Dalmatian land, there are more than 1,000 islands. In the land part of the Principality of Dalmatia, in a rural area, the wizards of the Path of Exile are all on full alert, in the deserted village on the plain ahead. At this time, the demon army, that originally attacked the Principality of Dalmatia and their Path of Exile school has now fallen into the natural teleportation point in the deserted village in front of them. At the same time, the two first-ring wizards of the Path of Exile, a male wizard and a female witch, were all paying attention to the seal array in front of them. The thorn seal array of the Path of Exile was completed, and Witch Angel breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the seal was successful, teacher. The old male wizard also breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, the seal array that had fallen in the village reappeared with magical auras, and the complicated magic seal of the thorn seal array was slowly unraveling. The magic array seal gradually moved and unlocked. The demons who were trapped in the deserted village by the barrier, and could only be passively teleported, although they didn't know what happened, saw the change, and laughed at this moment. They hoped that they could leave this seal. The old wizard's face changed drastically. Witch Angel said in panic, "Why is the seal that has already fallen being unlocked again? Those demons don't understand magic, let alone one of the most profound magics in magic, the sealing magic." The old wizard gritted his teeth and said, "Angel, why don't you take our school and run away? I'll stay behind to cover you." Witch Angel refused decisively. "Teacher, I can't abandon you and run away. We will be with you, and the Dalmatian royal family who took us in and accepted us." The old wizard looked at the thorn seal on the ground of the deserted village with horror, which was being cracked faster and faster. The magic seal is like a magic lock that is locked in a certain place. There are two ways to crack this kind of seal. The first is to use skills to unlock these magic locks, which requires superb magic knowledge and extremely precise magic manipulation ability. The second is to use brute force. But under normal circumstances, unless you have surpassed several levels, it is impossible to use brute force to crack this kind of magic seal that took the Path of Exile school decades to complete. After all, the wizards and their school of spells who specialize in sealing magic are not there to eat for nothing. Chapter 349 Return to the main material plane. Varanasi Village, Kingdom of Dalmatia. The thorn seal pattern on the ground of the village emerged. The logic of this seal is that when the seal is complete, the formation diagram will automatically hide, and when the seal is to be unlocked, the seal will appear on the ground of the village. Witch Angel and the old wizard have not decided what to do next, but they found that the entire thorn seal has floated in the air. Sunan took the simplest way to crack it for a second ring wizard, which is to use deep magic power to try and error many times, and the seal can be unlocked after all. In addition, the combination of Sunan and the intelligent brain is actually the most suitable for unlocking the seal magic. Soon, the seal surrounding Varanasi village was lifted. Sunan Peter appeared in the middle of Varanasi village, standing with many low-level demons, bighorn demons, and fire snake demons. As soon as he entered the main material plane, Sunan felt an abnormal reaction. First of all, when he entered the main material plane at the limit of the first ring, he felt uncomfortable like a big fish falling into a small puddle. But this time, when he entered the main material plane, he felt the concentration of magic tides in this plane was unprecedented. It was incomparable to the werewolf plane. Sunan looked up and looked at the sky. At this moment, the magic tides of the main material plane formed a dark eye that mortals could not see. It appeared in the sky and overlooked the earth. The magic tides of the main material plane became darker and more evil. Sunan raised his head and took a deep breath of air. Then he turned into a golden werewolf hunter. Werewolves are a dark knight race, so the closer the magic tides are to the dark force, the greater the increase for werewolves and vampires. Of course, this should not be the effect the enemy wants. I'm back. Prime material plane. I wanted to break through the third ring in the werewolf plane, but who knew that the prime material plane would undergo such a change in the 3 months I was away. The concentration of magic tides in this world should be far beyond the third ring. Yes, I can find a way to break through the third ring in the prime material plane. And over there in the star domain sea, there must be a black hole connected to the star domain sea near the werewolf plane, or a similar void astronomical phenomenon. As long as I find it, I can go to the star domain sea. Another way out. In the prime material plane, in the mountains of Ethiopia, the three kings of the energy world gathered here. They are now at the source of the Blue Nile, the river of the world, and beside them lies a dead body of God, the body of the god of the Blue Nile. The Dark Wanderer, possessed by the king of blindness, sat on the head of the corpse. In his hand, he held the god-killing artifact sword, and a meteor fell from the sky above their heads. The death of every true god represents the fall of a star. The blind king sat on the god and chuckled. I didn't expect that the first god to die was the Blue Nile god who stayed on the earth and was responsible for guarding our brother, the unspeakable king. The unspeakable king, who commanded the realm of violence, said, "This is not surprising. The Blue Nile god is indeed one of the most powerful rivers in the world, but I spent 2000 years polluting its source, causing sandstorms and disasters in the countries along its river. The river has been polluted, the country has declined, and civilization is no longer there. He has become extremely weak. Killing him will summon enough dark force to allow more of our troops to enter this world, although it will also alert the gods in heaven." The deaf king possessed a woman who was also wearing a hood to cover her face. Who is the next god to be killed? Before the official war of gods, we must try to reduce the strength of the gods in heaven. Moreover, the death of each god will open a natural door from our world to the main material plane. If this continues, sooner or later, the human world will belong to us, and we will gather troops here and attack the heavens. I have my own plan to kill gods. The blind king said, "Let's act separately. This time we act together just to share common interests. After all, once we have some advantages, the most dangerous enemy will be each of us, right? Am I right, my brothers?" The blind king suddenly fixed his eyes. "Wait a minute. If you want to quarrel, you have to wait a little longer. There are little bugs." The next moment, the humans possessed by the three kings disappeared on the spot. A one-ring wizard hiding behind the rocks on the top of the mountain swallowed his saliva. He didn't expect that he would encounter such a scene. He thought that the three kings had left. The next moment, a fly landed on his nose. He subconsciously slapped it, but his pupils suddenly shrank because he saw that the human wanderers who were possessed by the three kings were all standing beside him, looking at him coldly. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar publishes a novel first. Read at 69 book bar U. The first ring wizard wanted to use his first ring magic, but found that all his spell models and meditation models had been contaminated by the three kings approaching. The rune structures of his high temperature metal meditation method of the transmutation school seemed to come alive one by one, running around everywhere, and in a short time, messed up his mental power. His spell models all disintegrated by themselves, and even formed energy creatures to attack him actively. Just when the three kings approached, the first ring wizard covered his head, knelt on the ground, and wailed towards the sky. Then, his body began to be contaminated by the energy world, began to disintegrate, and turned into a creature of the energy world. The one ring wizard struggled frantically, trying to get up from the ground. Then he said, "I declare, the end of the world has come. This time, no one will be spared." The next moment, a negative energy door leading to the energy world emerged from the body of the Blue Nile god and opened. Then a huge silent giant walked out of it and stepped on the one ring wizard, completely crushing him to death. At that time, the dead soul of the Blue Nile god was suddenly attracted by a twisted door that appeared in the void. The silent giant wanted to stop it, but was stopped by the deaf king. The deaf king had no ears on both sides of his head. 2 scars appeared where the ears should have been. No need to chase. All gods will return to the tomb of the gods deep in the astral plane after their death. As long as there are believers who keep calling them, the gods can still be resurrected in the main material plane. The immortality of the gods is absolute. Their immortality is perfect and immortal. The tomb of the gods deep in the astral plane is protected by the power of heaven and cannot be destroyed. Therefore, only by breaking through the heaven can we truly destroy the immortality of the gods. It is enough for us to have the body of the Blue Nile god. The blind king said to his 2 brothers, "After this operation is over, I still have to find my artifact and restore my strength. Brothers, each use your own means. There can only be one winner, not 7. After that, he walked down the top of the mountain and disappeared on the top of the mountain. Chapter 350, Path of Exile and the Mark of the Immortal King. Dalmatia, Varanasi village. You. Who are you? Witch Angel pointed at Sunan Peter, who appeared in the middle of Varanasi village, and asked, "This is the forbidden place that our school has passed down for thousands of years. How can you appear here?" Many low-level demons in Varanasi village have rushed towards Sunan, wanting to attack him, but before they get close, their bodies have collapsed under Sunan's magic pressure. Sunan raised his eyebrows and asked Witch Angel instead of answering, "Do enemies of this level need to be sealed? Wouldn't it be better to solve them all at once?" Witch Angel said, But there are too many of these demons. Even if we use up all our mana, we can't destroy thousands of low-level demons. Seal is the most reasonable." Sunan completely released his magic pressure. At this moment, Sunan's magic pressure has increased slightly during the battle, reaching 664. Under this powerful magic pressure, dense magic pressure lines appeared over the entire Varanasi village. Then, the houses in Varanasi village began to collapse, and one after another, low-level abyss demons began to suffocate and die under the pressure of this magic pressure. They grabbed their throats one by one, unable to breathe, and some abyss demons with fragile physiques began to explode. Sunan looked at Enki and said, "Look, that's it. Use magic pressure to crush these monsters directly, and that's it." Witch Enki's pupils suddenly dilated. She felt the horror of Sunan's magic pressure. Even if it was not specifically aimed at her, it still made her dizzy. Second ring. Second ring wizard. In this era, there are actually second ring wizards. The old wizard next to Angel pushed her, and then he said to the astonished Angel, "Run quickly, I will deal with the strange wizard." That may not be a wizard. In the abyss, there is a kind of abyss creature called the demon. After killing a creature, they can absorb the other's spirituality, and then simulate the other's appearance, and even simulate the other's ability. I think that it is not a human wizard at all. Think about it, why would a second ring wizard suddenly appear from the exile plane of our school? This is impossible. That exile plane is isolated from the world, and it is an existence that wizards from other schools cannot touch at all. Run quickly. The next moment, Sunan's palm touched the barrier of Varanasi village, and the barrier shattered. Sunan appeared in front of Angel, the old wizard of the Path of Exile, and 51 wizard apprentices of different levels from the Path of Exile. All the wizards in the Path of Exile were on high alert, with different levels of sealing magic in their hands. Sunan raised his eyebrows and looked at Witch Angel. Witch Angel also looked at Sunan with caution. Sure enough, you can't be human. That exile plane is a barren land, where no one can survive, and no outsider can enter. The fact that you can come out of it means that you are the second ring level abyss demon king who was sealed in by our Path of Exile before. Sunan was about to die of laughter, because Witch Angel made a lot of common sense mistakes in her words. It's like someone is talking about a concept seriously, but because he doesn't understand the concept at all, he says a lot of wrong things. Sunan also wanted to test how much the werewolf can be amplified in the dark force magic tide of the main material plane. So he remained in the state of golden werewolf hunter and said, "First, let me correct 3 of your mistakes. First, your Path of Exile wizard organization has only discovered a natural teleportation point leading to my plane, located in the main material plane. In other words, your Path of Exile has never entered that plane at all. In fact, even if I don't go through the natural teleportation point of Varanasi village, I can still drive the wizard tower in the void and enter that plane." Witch Angel was a little stunned. Entering a plane in the void is really unheard of. Can the void be navigated? How dangerous it would be. How powerful the magic power is to do that. Sunan said, "Second, a second ring abyss creature is generally not a demon king, at most an elite commander. The Abaddon Locust demon I killed before was just a general of the bottomless pit of the abyss plane. Third, the old wizard next to you, I think he is not a human. Because his magic pressure is very strange, although it is only a little strange, but I just caught it." The next moment, before Witch Angel could react, a magic potion lightning turned into a spear and pierced through the old wizard behind him. There was still a look of astonishment on the old wizard's face, as if to say, "Why did you suddenly attack me? You are indeed an abyss demon." The next moment, Sunan's second magic potion lightning attacked him, but was blocked by a magic brass shield transformed by Witch Angel's magic power in her hands. Of course, Witch Angel was also knocked away by the second ring magic. In fact, Sunan did not use great magic, otherwise, these two first ring wizards would have died with just these two hits. The old wizard covered his wound, retreated, and shouted to Witch Angel, "See, I told you, he is not a human wizard. The old wizard quickly chanted a spell, and summoned a flowing rainbow in front of him. It was a first ring sealing magic, rainbow sealing spell, but now this rainbow seal was torn apart by the magic potion lightning. His abdomen was pierced again. Witch Angel saw that her teacher was severely injured, as if he was crazy and going crazy. She was extremely angry. "Stop, don't kill my teacher." The next moment, she spat out a mouthful of blood and chanted a spell at the same time, summoning a road. The road appeared at Sunan's feet, and then she said, "Path of Exile. This is the most powerful sealing magic of the Path of Exile school, the Path of Exile. In fact, this is an active offensive sealing magic that can summon a road under the enemy's feet and then push the enemy to the end of the road. In other words, it forces the enemy to go to a designated location. This magic is used in conjunction with the natural teleportation point of Varanasi village and the Thorn Seal. In this way, wizards who study seal magic and are not good at fighting can have powerful combat capabilities. Angel Witch is now using this magic on Sunan. Sunan immediately realized that he sensed a huge wind composed of seal power, which was going to push him back. Obviously, Angel Witch also believed that it was impossible to seal a second ring wizard, so this magic was just to repel Sunan. But Sunan immediately tried to use the arcane leap ring, but he felt that the arcane energy was blocked by the seal road. This magic is quite interesting. Sunan asked the intelligent brain to record the data. At the same time, Sunan used the dark energy he learned from Mary Witch and hit the road of exile, but failed to crack this magic. He was forced to retreat about 2,000 meters. The old wizard covered his wound and met with Witch Angel. He breathed a sigh of relief, as expected. "Angel, you are a genius in sealing magic. You will shine in the future. When the army of the energy world invades, you can seal them one by one, just like what you humans did thousands of years ago. So, I won't let you live." The old wizard suddenly showed a ferocious look on his face. He used a ring of magic to summon a sealing energy dagger and inserted it into her abdomen. Witch Angel was stunned. "Teacher?" The old wizard turned into a short stature of 1 meter tall, which is unique to the demon, like a shrunk abyss demon, but his skin was covered with small black bumps. "I'm sorry, I killed your teacher before. I'm the demon from the bottomless pit. I was planning to secretly unseal Order Baton, but now it seems that the second ring wizard has killed the arrogant demon general. I also want to thank you for temporarily repelling the second ring wizard for me and giving me the opportunity to kill you. I can't let you live as a seal genius like you. The demon is worthy of being a demon. When he speaks, he has his own magic sound. The more you listen carefully, the more likely you will be fooled." Now, Witch Angel is dizzy, and it seems that 3 demons have appeared in front of her, and each demon has inserted a dagger into her chest. Then the 4th demon appeared on her left and wanted to use the sealing energy dagger to cut her throat. Just when Witch Angel was desperate, Sunan's wolf claws grasped the sealing energy dagger. Then he exerted a little force and crushed the sealing energy dagger. Witch Angel fell to the ground weakly, and she looked up at Sunan. "Second ring wizard, you were not sealed by me." Sunan smiled and said, "Your sealing magic is indeed excellent. I was actually repelled by a high level. This is the first time. But being repelled by a distance of only 2,000 meters is nothing for a werewolf wandering in the dark force." Sunan started charging the magic blood. This magic has become the core skill of his werewolf system. A large amount of dark force turned into werewolf blood. Sunan heard his werewolf heart beating strongly. His strength is at least 50% stronger than in the werewolf plane. Before the demon could react, he was kicked out by himself. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar publishes a novel for the first time. Read at 69 book bar. The next moment, Sunan appeared behind him and kicked him back to the direction of Angel Witch with another kick. But before the demon could react, Sunan appeared in front of the demon again, raised his left wolf claw in advance, and kicked him in the face. The demon was also a second-ring abyss demon, but much weaker than the Abaddon Locust demon. The abyss troops generally have a dual leader system. Because the abyss resents order and hates any legion, the abyss's invading plane troops all retain the dual leader system, and even in some abyss planes, there will be a phenomenon of 6 emperors ruling together. At this moment, the demon felt that it was a great shame to be treated so roughly. Damn werewolf, look at my sealed energy dagger. In its hand, it condensed another sealed energy dagger of the Path of Exile school, trying to seal Sunan's left foot. But the next moment, Sunan's left foot and the dagger in his hand kicked him in the face. Bang, the dagger shattered, and the demon's face was also kicked out of shape. Then it was kicked out again and smashed into a house in Varanasi village, knocking down the house. Sunan remained in the form of a golden werewolf hunter, and walked towards him. Demon, it seems that you are not a close combat type, and your strength is too weak. This is impossible to test the power of the Dark Knight clan under the cover of the Dark Force. I didn't even use my magic blood to charge. Sunan used his magic blood to charge. A large amount of Dark Force magic tide surrounded him, enhancing the werewolf's power, causing Dark Force stripes like tattoos to appear on the werewolf's body, and each Dark Force stripe was flashing with a violet glow. Sunan let out a wolf howl, and it seemed that this wolf howl had suddenly turned into a materialized wave, with him as the center, and released in all directions. Witch Angel could only use 3 sealing magics in a row to form a shield to block herself. What a powerful force. Why, after the Dark Force, he not only did not get weakened, but became even stronger. The abyss demon that was hostile to Sunan was facing the greatest pressure. It did not expect that the golden werewolf hunter had 6 skills. Sunan only used magic blood to charge from beginning to end, and did not even use the wolf claw once. The Dark Force magic tide of the main material plane not only increased the combat effectiveness of energy creatures, but also increased the power of all Dark Knight races. When Sunan increased his power to the limit, a simplified wolf head geometric pattern appeared on his right hand. Sunan looked at it in a strange way. This was not his design, and it should have nothing to do with the werewolf potion, but it seemed to be related to the werewolf itself. In front of Sunan, it seemed to see the illusion of the blood world, and in the blood world, there was a blood beast king, and a werewolf king fighting fiercely. At the same time, the low hum of the werewolf king appeared in Sunan's ears. Go, my descendants, the night belongs to you, the immortal kings who rule the night. Darkness has never been your enemy, and killing has never stopped you. Death was trampled on the ground by us, and lost its face. Life was desecrated by us, and had no dignity. Thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, our rule has never been short. Sunan took a quick look, and his right hand must have something that was deeply related to the native world of werewolves and vampires. And before, when he was in the golden small plane, using the werewolf virtual machine, this incident did not happen, which means that this mutation will only occur in the main material plane. This is normal, after all, the main material plane is the center of the stage of this world. This is the place where the wizard civilization was born, and it is also the area that the gods in the heavens fight for the most. It is also the place that has been continuously invaded by the top worlds in the 2 voids, the abyss and the energy world, and the invasion has failed. Sunan glanced at the Wolf King mark on the back of his right hand. With this mark, my speed of absorbing dark force has doubled. My basic strength has been enhanced again. This should be the mark of the Immortal King. Originally, after I became the Immortal King, I had to go to a certain place for certification, but now, because I'm too powerful, the mark of the Immortal King has automatically emerged. Speaking of which, it is also thanks to the energy world. Should I thank the creatures in the energy world for their good deeds? The demon in front of Sunan had an abyss mesh progressive transformation under his feet. Obviously, the demon found that he was also a second ring level existence and a second ring beginner wizard, but because he was not a combat type, he was beaten by Sunan with melee throughout the whole process. Therefore, the angry demon was furious, and then he made a desperate bet, and prepared to use the abyss mesh progressive transformation to gamble. I want strength, I want powerful spell attack power, or powerful melee ability. Beta flame demon is fine. Transform for me. Don't transform me into an auxiliary demon. I want a higher attack power bonus coefficient. Although the trickster is a second ring creature, he is an auxiliary demon, so he has no attack power bonus coefficient skills. In a head-on battle, he can only rely on the panel attack, so he is almost angry to death. Sunan had the opportunity to stop him from transforming into the abyss. However, the change of the immortal king's mark just now attracted most of his attention, so Sunan let him act. The next moment, the abyss energy egg was broken, and a demon with 10 mirrors on its body, the 10-faced mirror demon, walked out of the abyss energy shell. The former trickster, now the 10-faced mirror demon, laughed loudly. Although his magic power is very chaotic now, and will leave permanent injuries, he is still very happy. He raised the 4 mirrors on his 2 arms, and said to Sunan, "Can you see your face in the mirror? I'm so lucky. You're dead this time." The 10-faced mirror demon is a difficult demon even in the abyss. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.